Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the national dissemination event of the recently concluded research study, Climate Adapted Farming Practices and Climate Adaptation of Vulnerable Groups in the Dry Zone of Sri Lanka. Operating under 4 primary research objectives, this research was carried out by the Hector Kobakadua Agrarian Research and Training Institute and funded by World Vision Canada, with World Vision Lanka providing the necessary technical support and oversight, which brings us to today's event. Realizing the need for change is vital, but honoring time-tested traditions is just as vital. As always, we begin today's proceedings with the traditional lighting of the oil lamp, signifying blessings for a prosperous future. So for this, I would like to very cordially invite Honorable Mahinda Amaravira, Minister of Agriculture and Plantation Industries, Honorable Mohan Priyadarshana de Silva, State Minister of Agriculture, Honorable D.B. Herath, State Minister of Livestock Development, Mr. Janaka Dharmakirti, Secretary to the Ministry of Agriculture, Ms. Yamuna Pereira, Secretary to the Ministry of Women and Children's Affairs, Dr. Dhanan Senadiraja, National Director, World Vision Lanka, and Dr. G.G. Bandula, Director of the Hector Kobakadua Agrarian Research and Training Institute. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. Established in 1972, at a time when the attention of the scientific community was focused on technological advances in agriculture, and when it was necessary to examine whether the social, economic, and institutional factors required equal attention if such technological advances were to serve farmers and consumers alike in the long term, the Hector Kobakadua Agrarian Research and Training Institute was established in order to generate long-term policy and policy analysis, which would cover these key determinants of human and resource development in the agrarian sector of Sri Lanka. Today, they are Sri Lanka's leading agriculture policy research institute. It is their invaluable contribution, their diligent efforts and expertise that has derived such important study findings and reflections that will be presented at today's event. And therefore, it is my great honor to invite Dr. G.G. Bandula, Director and CEO of the Hector Kobakadua Agrarian Research and Training Institute, to officially welcome this gathering.
Honorable Minister, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everyone. Very warm welcome to the Policy Dialogue on Climate Resilience in the Dry Zone of Sri Lanka, collaboratively organized by World Vision Lanka Organization and Hector Kobakadua Agrarian Research and Training Institute, HARTI. It is truly an honor to stand before you today as we gather to discuss such a crucial and very important topic today. On behalf of Party and World Vision Lanka organization, it is my distinct honor and privilege to extend a heartfelt welcome to our esteemed chief guest, Honorable Mahinda Amaraweera, Minister of Agriculture and Plantation Industry. Dear sir, your presence here today underscores the importance and urgency of the issues we are addressing. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. I also warmly welcome Silva, State Minister of Agriculture, and Honorable D.B. Herath, State Minister of Livestock Development. Your presence at this esteemed forum, despite your demanding schedules, is truly inspiring. I also warmly welcome Your Excellencies, ambassadors, High Commissioners, representatives from diplomatic missions who are here today. I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to you and your missions for the ongoing assistance provided towards climate change initiatives in Sri Lanka. Your support is greatly appreciated and crucial in our collective efforts to address this pressing issue, which is much more needed at present. I extend a warm welcome to my Secretary to the Ministry of Agriculture and Plantation Industries, Mr. Janaka Dharmakirti. Dear sir, your presence here today is truly appreciated. It is my pleasure to welcome all the additional secretaries and senior officers from the ministries, chairmen, director generals, commissioner generals of various departments and institutions, directors, divisional secretaries, and other regional divisional level officers, as well as all the representatives from government and non-government institutions. A special welcome goes out to the representatives from the organizations affiliated with the United Nations and officers and development practitioners from government, non-governmental organizations. Furthermore, I extend a warm welcome to academics and researchers representing different universities and research institutes, especially those who are offering their expertise in this event, being moderators and panel members in this dialogue. Your presence here today is much more important to get your valuable inputs and insights in this regard. I extend a heartfelt welcome to the National Director of World Vision Lanka, Dr. Dananth Senararaja, and the senior officers of the World Vision Lanka organization. I seize this opportunity to express my heartfelt gratitude to World Vision Lanka for entrusting Hearty with the responsibility to conduct this research study and for organizing this immensely important event today with us. Your partnership and support are invaluable in our collective efforts to address critical issues related to climate change and its impacts. Additionally, I extend my welcome to the participants associated with World Vision International who are joining with us via Zoom today. A warm welcome is also extended to reporters and media personnel from local and international media institutes. Your cooperation is giving wider publicity to this event is greatly appreciated, and it will certainly yield productive outcome in our efforts to combat the impacts of climate change. Finally, I extend a warm welcome to the officers and staff of my institute, Hearty. I also take this opportunity to thank my research team who conducted this valuable, timely, important study. I really appreciate your hard work, commitment, and dedication in this regard. I am optimistic that this esteemed forum will facilitate a fruitful policy-level dialogue today, focusing on identifying avenues to mitigate the impacts of climate change on the most vulnerable groups in the agricultural sector, especially in the dry zone of Sri Lanka. Together, through collaboration and informed discussions, we can work towards sustainable solutions for the challenges ahead. I strongly believe that as professionals, we have the responsibility and accountability to do so. I wish a very productive and fruitful forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bandula. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change has forever changed the trajectory of the world, and we need to adapt to it. Mapping how climate change affects the agrarian sector is vital to comprehending how we should move forward, which is why research such as the one that is being disseminated here today is key to unraveling climate change, to answering the question of how better to adapt novel farming techniques to help the most vulnerable and marginalized of Sri Lanka's agrarian communities. So over the past 2 years, researchers have been diligently working on this project, examining the impacts of climate change and the adaptation of strategies of the farming communities in the dry zone of Sri Lanka. Through extensive fieldwork, data collection and analysis conducted by the research team at the Hector Kobakadue Institute, or HATI, together with the collaborative efforts of the research and technical advisors of World Vision Lanka, the teams have delved into the challenges faced by the vulnerable groups of these dry zone regions and identified innovative farming practices that can enhance climate adaptation strategies. Ladies and gentlemen, to introduce today's program, therefore, to you in greater detail, please welcome Mr. Chintaka Jayasuriya, Senior Researcher, Education and Training Division of Hector Kobakadue Agrarian and Research and Training Institute.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen. Now, my duty is here today to brief you about what has happened behind the picture, behind the scene today. So what path we followed, what we have done during the past 2 years, and of course followed by the objective of this today's event. So all these were started in somewhere around November 2021 when we started this research work in collaboration with World Vision Lanka Institute. So they entrusted us and we started together this very valuable event. Oh, this was a research study. So aim of those study was to identify the vulnerabilities of these farming communities, especially the marginalized farming communities in the dry zone of Sri Lanka, and understand what practices they have been adopting to get rid of this marginalized situation, and what are the special requirements, so the remedial actions that is to be placed in the future to reduce the vulnerability of this community and to enhance the resilience to the climate adaptive or climate initiative impacts. So that this fieldwork was started in November 2021, as I said before, and then as the first action, we wanted to set the boundaries for this event. So we conducted the scoping event. The scoping event was to scope in terms of geographical locations, in terms of variables and things to be studied, and in terms of the policy directions to be mentioned in the future. So that at that time, we invited all the relative or the relevant institutes, especially the agriculture ministry and relevant institutes who are working in this dry zone farming community, and then Ministry of Health, Ministry of Child and Women Affairs, and then especially the nutrition unit and things like that, because this event or this study, although it's mentioned as a dry zone farmer, the main within that main focus, we also wanted to focus on the women and child as most vulnerable community subgroups within this dry zone farmers. So that because of that, so we invited those relevant institutes and also the disaster preparedness, the institutes working in disaster preparedness sector. So the national level institutes and the regional level institutes were also invited to that particular scoping event. By the time the World Vision Lanka is called for interest, these geographical locations were set. In terms of climate vulnerability, they have selected 4 districts, namely Hambantota, Monragala, Kilnochi, and Batiklo, so that the main geographical locations were set. But within that scoping event, we identified the most vulnerable or most critical locations from that place as well, and what are the variables that we should eyeing off during the survey to extract the critical information regarding these vulnerable communities. So after that scoping event, the objectives and the scope of the study was set, and then the field work started. Primary data collection was conducted in 2 rounds to catch the situation of 2022 and 2021 Maha season and 2022 Yala season. So those within those 2 survey rounds, we collected data from the selected farming representatives or the household representatives of this community. Those primary data was collected via a pre-tested questionnaire, and apart from that questionnaire, in addition to that questionnaire, we also collect data from key informant interviews with this very interested institutes or the institutes who are working in relation to the climate adaptation, especially from these regional or the selected areas, and also from the national level institutes. And also we conducted the focus group discussion of this particular locations, especially from GN division level, Grama Niladhari division levels, in order to capture more information instead of or in addition to the questionnaires. So likewise, the primary data were collected, and then these data analyzed and reports were produced. Draft reports were submitted to the World Vision Lanka, and after a couple of sessions of back and forth feedbacks and improvement, we during the last month we were able to conduct the 3rd session of this particular study. That was a community dissemination events. So we wanted to share this knowledge and the findings that we gained through this particular study with the respective representatives or our main representatives of the data collection. With those representatives. So in order to do that, we went to the those locations, that is Hambantota, Monragala, Kilnochi, and Batiklo. We conducted 5 community dissemination sessions. We united all the farmers and regional level officers and the grassroots level officers who are working in these communities at these locations. So we shared these findings of the research with them, and it also helped us to further enrich our research findings from the feedback that we gained from those 5 community dissemination events conducted in 5 locations. Because although there were 4 locations or 4 districts, we conducted 5 locations in order to facilitate the logistic issues, especially in the Monragala district, because 2 locations were selected were very far away. Therefore, we wanted to provide the farmers with easy access. So we conducted 2 community sessions over Monragala district. After all those efforts, now today's event is conducting to further elaborate on this topic and to understand what are the further actions that we require to ensure the climate adaptive practices are being placed at right time on a right community at right level. So we wanted to share these findings and also the policy directives with high level officials in government sector, and also representatives from NGO sector and UN agencies and academias who are working in relation to the climate adaptation field. So today's event, as I said before, main objective is to discuss further improvement in terms of policy directions, improvement in terms of policy actions and also improvement in terms of actual actions in the field towards increasing the resilience of this vulnerable farming community. At the end of the day, we will be expecting this event and all the important insights provided by you to the today's event will be helpful to increase the resilience of these vulnerable farming communities, and together as a community or as a country, we will be able to withstand this unprecedented impacts divided from unprecedented impacts provided from this climate change into this farming community. So that I invite all of you to actively participate in today's event, and we will discuss how we have, in detail in the presentation, we will discuss how we have done this one, and then what are our findings, and what we will also provide some policy guidance. But to help us, there is a panel today with expert of these particular fields. So we are selecting 4 particular sub-themes. So according to those sub-themes, there are panelists. They will, after our presentation, they will take over the sessions, and they will further discuss what are the policy gaps and what should be to place in the future action plans or future strategic plans in order to reduce this climate vulnerability in these marginal communities, and altogether at the end of the day to enhance the resilience of this particular farming community. So with that, I think I should hand over to the organizers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jayasuriya. I want to draw your attention, ladies and gentlemen, to one factor that he mentioned in his speech. He said we have to provide help at the right time, at the right level. Because, ladies and gentlemen, climate change is here, it is not going anywhere, and we have an objective duty to help fellow mankind. As Mr. Jayasuriya mentioned in his speech, since November of 2021, since November of 2021, the researchers at HARTI have been hard at work examining and researching the climate change effects and the adaptations that farmers have made to their farming practices given climate change and its effects. So I would like to direct your attention now to the screens so that you may take a look for yourselves the work that has gone in to today's event.
In the dry zone of Sri Lanka, the resilient spirit of its people shines through amidst the innumerable challenges posed by persistent adverse effects of climate change. This commitment to a resilient way of life, capable of withstanding climate shocks, is particularly admirable as vulnerable and marginalized groups, including women, children, and those with disabilities, bear a disproportionate burden. Despite their limited capacity to combat these effects, surrendering to the challenges is not an option. To delve into the intricacies of this resilience and adaptation, World Vision Lanka and the Hector Kobakadawa Agrarian Research and Training Institute collaborated on a study across 4 districts in the dry zone of Sri Lanka. The study aimed to explore the adaptability of vulnerable groups to climate change and examine farming practices tailored to cope with the challenges posed by these conditions. The daily lives of the people in Kilanachi, Batticaloa, Monaragala, and Hambantota districts showcase a heightened impact from climate change, variations in climate patterns, and extreme weather events. While these areas are naturally predisposed to dry weather conditions, the intensity of prolonged dry spells, high temperature, and unpredictable rainfall has amplified over the past few decades. Communities grapple with challenges such as drought, water scarcity, high soil salinity, crop damage, and erratic weather patterns. Despite being cognizant of these problems, a substantial number of individuals in these communities do not fully comprehend that climate change underlies the root causes of these challenges. A significant portion of the population in the dry zone is engaged in livelihoods sensitive to climate conditions. Ongoing climate changes have a continuous impact on their means of earning a living. Male residents often seek employment elsewhere due to increasing threats to agriculture-related economic activities. However, opportunities for women to participate in income-earning activities outside their villages are limited due to household chores. Daily routines of rural households, particularly women and children, bear a significant brunt due to climate change. Despite substantial contributions to agriculture, women remain underrepresented in decision-making roles, and their economic contributions go largely unrecognized and unevaluated. Climate change repercussions extend to children's education, negatively impacting school attendance during extreme weather conditions. Scarcity of water adversely affects daily life and agricultural activities, posing a significant challenge for residents, especially housewives responsible for water security. Despite facing numerous challenges, these communities persist with resilience and hope. While there are opportunities for high-earning avenues, both on-farm and non-farm, the establishment of a support system is crucial to assist these communities in initiating and successfully implementing such activities, while addressing existing issues and shortcomings. Efforts to uphold food security amid the nation's economic crisis are prevalent across the 4 districts. Scarcity of food and water in surrounding forest areas leads to wildlife venturing into villages, causing damage to crops. This poses a significant threat to local communities' efforts to secure their food supply, affecting farm income.
දැනට කරන්ට් එකක් දාලා තියෙන්නේ. නමුත් අර දැල් උස්සකට හරි අර රිලව් වෙනවා. ඉතින් මොන විදියකින්වත් මේ රිලව් ගහන්නේ නතර කරන්න බෑ. ඒක රංචේ 150 200ක් විතර වගේ ඉන්නවා.
Despite challenges in earning a living, individuals, aware of current weather and climate conditions, actively seek alternatives and solutions. Farmers initiate effective resource management and adopt climate-adaptive farming practices to minimize climate risks on their livelihoods. Initiating land preparation with the onset of rainfall is a viable measure to prevent potential crop damage due to water scarcity. This approach conserves water in minor irrigation systems, allowing saved water to be utilized in the following season. Farmers increasingly adopt the cultivation of short and medium-duration crop varieties in both Maha and Yala seasons to adapt to the current climate. In Batticaloa, a noteworthy climate-adapted farming technique involves cultivating perennial high-value crops like pomegranates, instead of seasonal vegetable crops. In Kilinachi, farmers have shifted to commercial cultivation of cassava and morina due to their lower water requirements. Aloe vera is also popular for its greater drought tolerance. However, challenges related to the lack of a consistent market for agricultural products persist, necessitating intervention to enhance the efficiency of the marketing system. In the Kilinachi lowlands, high soil salinity is addressed through specific techniques, such as plowing with partially burnt paddy husks and dried palm leaves. Farmers show keen interest in understanding soil fertility through soil testing, reflecting commitment to good agricultural practices. Water-saving methods include small water ponds, known as pathas or kulam, established in Hambantota and Kilinachi, capturing and storing runoff water for crop cultivation and animal husbandry. Rainwater harvesting devices, though underutilized, offer potential for storing and conserving water. Traditional methods, like the Bethma system in Hambantota and Monaragala, fairly share limited water resources in minor irrigation systems during dry Yala seasons. Adaptation strategies extend to animal husbandry, prevalent in all 4 districts. Cattle rearing is common, and goat farming thrives in Batticaloa and Kilinachi. Maintaining a limited number of crossbred milking cattle proves successful in the face of climate impacts. Backyard poultry rearing, especially in Batticaloa and Kilinachi, addresses household protein requirements with thoughtful approaches considering local climate challenges. Financial support through credit, especially agricultural loans, plays a crucial role in overcoming challenges posed by climate-related events. Both men and women access loans in similar proportions, highlighting the significance of credit in overcoming climate challenges. This is the untold story of those grappling with the consequences of climate change. The only recourse available is to adapt and confront climate change. These individuals are striving to safeguard their livelihoods and instigate positive change in their lives through adaptation efforts. The study underscores the importance of recognizing and supporting these resilient communities as they navigate the complex interplay of climate challenges and adaptation strategies in the dry zone of Sri Lanka.
Ladies and gentlemen, we thank the presence of the Honorable Minister Mahinda Amaravira, Minister of Agriculture and Plantation Industries, for gracing this occasion, but unfortunately he has to leave the venue for a short period. I would like to draw your attention, ladies and gentlemen, to one thing. Please remember that the biggest threat to mankind and to our environment is the belief that someone else is going to save it for you. The farmers and the farming communities of the dry zone have been adapting to climate change and the effects related to climate change for a long while. But as fellow humans, we have a direct responsibility to help them, to help uplift these marginalized and vulnerable communities, because it is not just their livelihoods that are at stake, it is also our food security. World Vision Lanka is a leading humanitarian organization that is committed to serving the most vulnerable children and communities in Sri Lanka. With a rich history spanning over 46 years, they have been at the forefront of driving sustainable development initiatives that address the complex challenges faced by marginalized populations, such as the population under discussion here today, including those affected by climate vulnerability and environmental degradation. World Vision Lanka works closely with local communities, government agencies, NGOs, research institutions, and other stakeholders to implement a range of climate-smart agricultural practices. By empowering farmers to adopt sustainable and climate-resilient farming practices, they are not only enhancing livelihoods, but they're also contributing to broader efforts towards environmental conservation and climate change mitigation. In conclusion, World Vision Lanka's commitment to climate-adaptive farming embodies the spirit of resilience, innovation, and community empowerment. My next invitation, therefore, is to Dr. Danan Senadiraja, the National Director of World Vision Lanka, to address the gathering.
Thank you, and good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. I'm truly honored to stand before you on behalf of World Vision Lanka at this important dissemination event for the groundbreaking research study assessing climate change vulnerability and adaptive practices in Sri Lankan farming communities in the dry zone. Before we dive into the findings of this study, I wish to express my sincere gratitude to the Minister and the State Ministers who were here, and the other esteemed guests who are gracing this occasion with your presence today. World Vision has long been committed to addressing the vulnerabilities caused by climate change, recognizing the heavy impact it has on communities around the world. Our dedication to this cause was prominently demonstrated through our active participation at COP28. In fact, in our delegation to COP28, we also included several children and youth from across the globe who served as powerful ambassadors and advocates for climate action. As the most vulnerable to the effects of a changing environment, their voices, the children's voices, resonate very deeply. World Vision believes that the witness and future of these children must be at the heart of planning and all decision-making processes, driving us to prioritize actions that ensure a sustainable and a resilient future for them. Through this forum, we had the opportunity to urge world leaders to adopt more ambitious actions, underscoring the vital importance of securing the future, particularly for the well-being of our children. At the local level, World Vision Lanka has also been actively engaged in participation-based research to comprehend the core challenges posed by climate change. The research study we are presenting today is a testament to our commitment to understanding and addressing the specific vulnerabilities faced by Sri Lankan farming communities in the dry zone. Furthermore, we are also currently collaborating with various state and private sector entities and experts to devise strategies for tackling this issue effectively. As we move forward, World Vision Lanka is keen on integrating these findings into our livelihood sector as well as our area programs. Our goal is not only to adapt to the changing climate, but also to empower communities to thrive in the face of these challenges, to overcome them. To achieve this, we are open to forging partnerships with like-minded organizations, government bodies, and other stakeholders who share our vision for a sustainable and resilient future. In closing, I invite you all to engage with us, explore possible collaborations, and join hands in making a lasting impact on the lives of those most affected by climate change. Together, we can build a world where communities are resilient, children are protected, and the environment is preserved for generations to come. So thank you once again for sharing your morning with us, and may God bless each and every one of you.
Thank you, Dr. Senathi Raja. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to draw your attention to a factor that he mentioned in his speech. He said one of the biggest importances of today's event is the engagement that he wishes that we could have. The work that is done by think tanks, research institutes and universities across this country and maybe across the globe, all the research that is produced, disseminated at a national and global level, it's futile in the face of absent national and international policies. Every year, the bulk of the research that is produced at institutions, various institutions, it goes unnoticed except by maybe peers of said field. So it's important to have events such as the event today to create dialogue and, as Dr. Senathi Raja mentioned, to engage. Because without dialogue, policy doesn't go forward. Without policies, all the research that goes into projects such as the one that is being disseminated today, it remains unutilized. And unutilized research is a waste of potential. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the first section of today's event. There are refreshments that have been arranged for you outside at the foyer. We will return to proceedings 30 minutes from now, ladies and gentlemen, which will be at 10:25. I invite all of you to partake in the refreshments and be back at the hall in 30 minutes. Thank you.
තිබ්බා නේද?
මේ මෝඩ් එකෙන් දානවා. මේ
Recording stopped. didn't come. நம்மளோட செக் பண்ணனாலும் போதும். Sponsor what? Can you off this call? Like a call coming. Oh.
The effects of the impact are proportionate to the social, political, and economic and geographical factors of each individual community. Meaning, climate change might be global, but the impact it has is proportionate to the marginal, helpless communities. It affects all of us differently. Communities in the dry zone, who are already marginalized due to a variety of other factors, are worse hit than other communities, and their devastation is far greater. So it remains the responsibility of academics, donors, and policymakers to ensure the well-being of these marginalized communities. Which brings us to the 4 presentations that will be presented going forward. The first of these, titled Observed Trends and Future Climate Projections of Extreme Climate Indices in the Dry Zone, will be presented by Dr. Shiromani Jayawardena, National Consultant for Adaptation of the Project for Enhanced Transparency Framework for the AFOLU sector, Climate Change Secretariat and Director, Department of Meteorology, retired. Dr. Shiromani Jayawardena, a meteorologist, has more than 24 years of experience in the field of meteorology and possesses a good record of working with international agencies. She's a member of several international and national technical committees related to climate change adaptation and climate services. She was the director of the weather forecasting at the Department of Meteorology in Sri Lanka from 2020 to 2023. Presently, she is attached to the Climate Change Secretariat as a national adaptation consultant to the project of Enhanced Transparency Network, ETF, for the AFOLU sector. Her research interests are climate change, climate variability, and future climate projections. I would now like to cordially invite Dr. Shiromani Jayawardena to present her work.
Thank you very much for the nice introduction. But it's not appear here. Okay, so my topic today is to talk about the historical trends and future climate projections of extreme climate indices in Sri Lanka. For actual adaptation, we need to identify the risk first. Then to address that risk, we have to develop plans, strategies, and then implement action. So historical trends provide us information about how climate has already changed, and future climate projections shows us how it will evaluate in the future. So these are the outline of my presentation. First, let me talk about the global projections of climate risk. These are actually based on the latest Intergovernmental Panel of Climate Change report, assessment report, 6th assessment report. So if you consider carbon dioxide concentration, it is the highest at, if we compare to the last 2 million years. Now we have highest carbon dioxide concentration in our atmosphere. Then sea level rise is fastest during last 3,000 years, and then Arctic sea ice decline is also lowest level at past 1,000 years, and glacier retreat also unprecedented if we compare with the last 2,000 years. So the global exposure to multi-sector risk will be 4 times more if we go for 1.5 degrees to 3.3 degrees warming in future. So according to the IPCC report, that excess warming arises due to this anthropogenic warming absorbed by the ocean, 90% absorbed by the ocean, then land absorb 5%, melting ice sheets goes 3%, and on atmosphere only absorb only 1%. So according to their report, ocean will absorb 2 to 4 times more heat if we global warming is, even though if we limit to 2 degrees, and 5 to 7 times higher in higher emissions. So we cannot avoid this ocean acidification, extreme ENSO events. Like at present, we are also experiencing the El Nino in the Pacific Ocean, and then changes in tracks and intensity of tropical cyclone, shift in fish population, and this affects the food security. And if we consider the land, current level of warming, there's a moderate risk of increase in dryland water scarcity, soil erosion, vegetation loss, fire damage, coastal degradation, and crop yield decline. At 2-degree level, the risk for the food instability will be very high, and at 3-degree level, there will be a high risk for vegetation loss, fire damage, dryland water scarcity become very high. So let's discuss about the trends, temperature and rainfall trends. If you compare the literature, so there are some consistency about the increase in trend in temperatures. Many publications identified that increase in trend in temperatures in Sri Lanka, but when we compare to the rainfall, there are different findings. Some mentioned that no coherent increase or decrease in rainfall trend, decrease in trend in annual rainfall stations in southeastern and southern part, decrease in rainfall at higher elevation, and increase in rainfall in lowlands. So this type of different findings there. Because the reason is actually they have used different methodologies and different time periods. So to address that, World Meteorological Organization, they developed this extreme climate indices. So based on different, using temperature and precipitation, using different type of indices, like there are some percentile indices, absolute indices, threshold indices, duration indices, and other indices. So these indices, they have developed the software also, so any country can run. So we can compare because there's a consistency about the methodologies and everything. So when we run these indices to Sri Lanka, this study is actually for whole Sri Lanka, but unfortunately we couldn't use Jaffna data because we have more than 10-year gap in missing data in the Jaffna because of the conflict we have experienced few decades ago. So because of that conflict, we don't have data, so we cannot run this for the Jaffna. So except that other stations actually we have run. So it shows us different findings. Increasing the of temperature is evident. Like I mentioned earlier, it's obvious but one important thing is the difference between maximum temperature and minimum temperature, that is day temperature and night temperature, we found decreasing trend. That means night temperature is increasing faster than day temperatures. That is obvious in the dry zone as well as in wet zone. So I think this agricultural people knows how important of this diurnal temperature range, especially for potato. And then when we run this for the this rainfall indices, it shows us there is an annual rainfall, there is an increasing trend even in the dry zone. Here the red triangle shows us the increasing trend. A larger triangle, that is under the 95th confidence level, and this small one, the 90th one. So 75% of the stations show significant trend of increasing annual precipitation. But other thing, important thing is that we can give some thresholds like about 10 millimeter rainfall, 20, 30 like that. So this also we show increasing trend. And when we consider the extreme rainfall, so we found most dry zones, like here we have Anuradhapura, Trinco and Batticaloa, where it shows significant increase in trends in daily intensity of rainfall, and there are some other indices like maximum of rainfall above 95th percentile, rainfall above 99th percentile. and then 5-day consecutive rainfall. So these shows increasing trend, especially in the Anuradhapura and Batiklo, shows us a very significant increase in trends. Actually climate change, it shows us like changes in rainfall. There will be more and more extreme events related to rainfall as well as temperatures. So it will impact agriculture, water, industry, health and ecosystem. So we need to go for mitigation to reduce greenhouse gases as well as to address the vulnerability. Actually, we need to know what has happened based on the trends I have explained earlier, as well as based on the future climate projections. So the climate models or Earth system models can run for next 100 years, and it gives us some idea about what will happen in future. For future climate projections also important, it gives us what does the future hold. So they develop this type of climate models. So the important part of the climate model, because these climate models run for like whole globe as well as for next 100 years future as well as past, because we need to compare these results with our observed rainfall, then only we can get idea how well these models can predict our rainfall. So that resolution is important. So this is how it evaluate evolution of these climate models. Earlier actually it was like 500 kilometers. So whole Sri Lanka will be in 1 or 2 grid boxes. So each grid box gives us one value for rainfall, temperature and other climate variables. So it's very important to go for a high resolution model. So right now actually they have increased it up to 100 kilometer resolution. Some they have 50 kilometer also. So you can see how well it represents when it go for high resolution. In addition to that, when we talk about the future climate, we need to know what will be the greenhouse gas concentration in our atmosphere in future. Because there are a lot of uncertainties, because this concentration of greenhouse gases depending on our emission, the land use, land cover changes, then population, economic growth, technological development, whether we can easily access this renewable energy, which can give us for a low cost. So then we will go for that. Otherwise, we will go for this fossil fuel burning. So there are a lot of uncertainties. So Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change, so they have given several emission scenarios. If we truly, fully mitigate, we will greenhouse gas emissions, we will end up with this one. And if we gradually do that, we will end up at this level. And if we go for like what we are already practicing, business as usual, we will end up at this level. So there are low emission scenarios, moderate emission scenarios, as well as high emission scenarios. So for developing these projections for Sri Lanka, actually we downscale global models because we don't have facilities to run this type of models. So global models we can downscale into our regional level. That means cost resolution climate models, we can increase the resolution by downscaling, so which can be used for the impact assessments. So for that, actually, we have used 6 global models, one from Meteor France, then other one, Japanese Meteorological Administration, and then 2 US models and 1 Australian models. So because when we compare with the model climatology with our observed rainfall, we found these 6 models are able to capture the bimodal pattern, because in Sri Lanka we have a bimodal pattern of rainfall. We have 2 peaks, one in May, other one in October, November, so that they were able to capture, as well as they were able to capture our spatial rainfall pattern. And so using these 6 models, we develop future climate projections for two emission scenarios, moderate emission scenario representing RCP 4.5 and high emission scenario representing RCP 8.5. So we found that northeast monsoon rainfall is going to decrease in future, especially dry zone. It is very drastic decline based on these model predictions. So especially this eastern part of the country, they receive 40% of their annual rainfall from this northeast monsoon rain. And then first intermonsoon, March, April rain also we found it decline, especially under high emission scenario. Then southwest monsoon rain and this second intermonsoon rain, both we found increase in trend, especially this wet zone. We saw that very high amount of rainfall predicted in future. So regarding the southwest monsoon, it's consistent with the other global findings also, because most of the projections research findings related to the future climate projections, they identified this increasing in southwest monsoon over this region. Then second intermonsoon also we found increasing trend. Overall, regarding the annual rainfall, we found that especially short-term projections, next 20 years from 2020 to 2040, there's a declining rainfall in the dry zone, and but wet zone, it's increasing. But when we go for long term, it shows us whole Sri Lanka, we get increasing rain. But the problem is that this rain, especially because the unseasonal rain, especially over this dry zone, they comes from the thunderstorms. So thunderstorms are very short, develop in very short areas, which gives very high intense rain within like 1 hour or half an hour period of time. So that is the issue. It will not like normal monsoon rain, which we experience throughout the day. When it's obvious that temperature is increasing, and when we run this heat wave frequencies, actually we run only for Colombo, because heat island effects also contributed for excess heat in addition to heat wave. It shows us we are not experiencing heat wave until 2030, but then under both emission scenarios, we can see sharp increasing trend in heat waves over Colombo. So these are the extreme indices, like I mentioned earlier, for future projections over dry zone. So you can see mean maximum temperatures increasing. This is up to 2100. Maximum of maximum temperatures, maximum of also increasing, mean minimum temperature also increasing. In addition to that, extreme rainfall indices like maximum 5-day precipitation amount, extreme wet days, that is number of days above 95th percentile, intensity of rainfall, and and very wet day precipitation and annual rainfall also, we can see that year-to-year variation. With the year-to-year variation, it shows some increasing trend. Decrease in trend we found actually done a temperature range and number of cool nights and number of cool days. Those are decreasing, gives us decreasing trend. So because of this increase in trend in extreme temperatures and rainfall, so we will experience more and more floods and landslides, soil erosion, more runoff and less infiltration, as well as droughts also we can experience, because this, even though it shows us increase in trend, it all comes from the extreme rainfall. For example, if some area, the annual rainfall is 900, so if they receive like 100 rainfall for 10 days, it gives us like above normal rainfall. So the cumulative rainfall does not show us much because it's average accumulation of all. Then increase in temperature, There will be more energy demand, more heat-related health issues, less labor productivity, and more evaporation and evapotranspiration, water loss from soil, water bodies, and plants. So these are the climate change impacts from developing countries on developing countries. So climate change will increase extreme temperature and temperature event changes in rainfall pattern. So will result more frequent flood as well as drought. For example, if you remember this last year, till August 28, there are like more than 100,000 people, Disaster Management Center, actually they provide this water for more than nearly 300,000 people. But then in October, just after 1 month, they have to give, there were people, 75,000 people were affected due to the floods. So within short period, this type of drastic change we can experience in future. So according to the 6th assessment report, new type of unprecedented extreme events can occur due to climate change. It will be larger in magnitude, more frequent, and new extremes, different timing, new locations, and different timing and new combination. For example, if you remember the cyclonic Vandus, which was not crossed Sri Lanka, but it crossed Tamil Nadu coast, but the cyclone shielded Sri Lanka, that radiation was shielded by these thick clouds of the cyclone for 3 consecutive days, so which gives us very low temperatures. This this cold weather affects the livestock industry, especially in the northern part of the country. So this type of, because we have never experienced this type of cold weather associated with the tropical cyclones, but new type of extreme events also we can experience in future. So in addition to that, climate change will have an impact on all countries in the globe, but we are the most vulnerable countries. It will affect the population growth, poverty, and rapid, it aggravate the population growth, poverty, and rapid urbanization. So without serious adaptation, climate change likely to push millions of people further into poverty and limit the opportunities for sustainable development, escape from poverty. So climate change is likely to reduce economic growth in developing countries. Significant investments in climate change adaptation are necessary. That's why this forum, we will discuss about how you have provide some adaptation strategy for dry zone vulnerable communities to overcome the effects of the climate change. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Jayawardena. I would now like to invite our second presenter, Mr. Shantha Hevage, Senior Researcher at HARTI. His presentation is titled Understanding Climate Change Impacts on Women and Children in Agrarian Communities of the Dry Zone in Sri Lanka. Mr. Shantha Hevage is a senior researcher attached to the Environmental and Water Resources Management Division at HARTI. His research interests include the areas under environmental science, food security, and agricultural extension on climate-smart agriculture in Sri Lanka, insights for future inventions. I would now like to cordially invite Mr. Shantha Hevage to present his work.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. The title of our research that we conducted with the collaboration of World Vision Lanka is Climate Adaptive Farming Practices and Climate Adaptation of vulnerable groups in the dry zone of Sri Lanka. Actually, we conducted this research over last 2 years, starting from November 2021 to September 2023. In this presentation and following 2 presentations are to present our key findings of this research, followed by a panel discussion. So in this presentation, we mainly focus on the situation of women and children under the climate change perspectives, then followed by household food security, and the last one is on climate adaptation and climate adaptive farming practices. Since the background of this research was thoroughly discussed in last few speeches, so I can skip the initial part, but I would like to have some attention of you to that. We know that climate change affects disproportionately on different groups, particularly when we consider about the dry zone of Sri Lanka. Farmers, those who have very limited access to irrigation water, are considered to be the most vulnerable for the climate change impacts. So even within these resource-poor farming groups, women and children are more vulnerable, largely due to the less access to land and other resources that needed for the agricultural production, and there are less participation in decision making, as well as the reduced mobility. So we know that adaptation is the key for combating climate change, to overcome the climate change impact, particularly in the agriculture sector. And of course, to have effective adaptation, that process should address the needs of different groups. So in that sense, we have to identify the adaptation needs of different groups, particularly marginalized groups, as mentioned, women and children in those farming communities. So under this background, the research had 4 main broad objectives. Identify the effects of climate change on marginalized communities, especially on women and children, and understand the different climate adaptive farming practices and self-provisioning coping strategies, both in Yala and Maha seasons. Then identify the extent of implementation of existing agriculture project and programs, in particularly in the study locations. Then finally, reduce policy recommendation to improve the protection of vulnerable communities. So for the information of the participants joining via Zoom, so I have 2 key definitions, particularly for the Maha and Yala seasons. Maha season, the major cropping season, falls during northeast monsoon, starting from September to March in the following year. Maha literally means bigger season. This is the main cropping season that produces the largest food production of the country. Then Yala season is effective during the period from May to August. Then Yala literally means the lesser. Water scarcity is the main issue associated with the Yala season. So as the main data collection tools in our study, we conducted a household survey. Over 1,058 farm households, particularly rain-fed and mine-irrigated farm households. We conducted this research study over 4 districts, covering 10 divisional secretariat divisions and 9 agrarian service center areas, covering 25 ground-level divisions. We used the stratified random sampling procedure to select the farming households from those 4 districts. So apart from household survey that we conducted in 2 rounds for 2021, 2022 Maha and 2022 Yala cropping seasons, we conducted focus group discussions with the farmer leaders, then women organization members, and of course we conducted key informal interviews with the farming community, as well as grassroots level officers, divisional and district level officers, those who are working in the agrarian community, and climate action projects and programs. As mentioned, we use the multi-stage stratified sampling method to draw our sample from 4 districts. main key findings that age distribution, we observed that 48% of the population comprises individuals in the age group of less than 30 years. So it means that youth and children population contribute to the major part of the population. So actually this information provides guidance for making informed decision and taking measures regarding job creation, particularly for the youth, and as well as for the better education facilities for the children in these climate vulnerable communities. Education attainment, we observe that the majority of the population are having education up to the level of junior secondary education. After grade 11, we observed there's a high dropout rate, both men, girls and boys. Girls' enrollment after the senior secondary education level is much higher than the boys. This implies that education level of this farming community, the females' education level is higher than the males' education level. However, we observed there was a high disparity in the employment because male employment rate was higher than the female employment rate. We can see it in the next slide, this situation. Because our main target population was a farming community, that major source of income of those households were farming, contributing to 73% of the population, our sample. As I mentioned that there's an alarming rate of unemployment among female members of this community, that all districts, especially Kilnochchi and Hambantota, this rate was much higher than the other two districts, Batticaloa and Monragala. Then access to and control of agricultural resources. Actually, it is very common in a dry zone area that land fragmentation and relatively low extent of lands owned by households. So especially Hambantota and Monragala having the highest proportion of such land plots, less than 1 acre, both upland and lowlands. Then when it comes to the ownership of land, that 67% of land is owned by male members of the household. That means that female members' ownership for the land is less, or their access to the land, the main resource of agriculture, is lesser than the male counterparts in the same household. Then decision making on cultivation practices are also dominated by male members, that 80% of the households, mainly decision making on crop cultivation is made by male members. Due to lack of land ownership and prevailing gender norms, the space and opportunities for women to access land resources and participate in decision making regarding cultivation activities is largely limited. Then access to agricultural extension, because for the climate adaptation, knowledge dissemination through agricultural extension services is a must. So that we observed that most of the agricultural extension workers are working with the male members of the farm households, that it reflects in even most of the training programs offered for commercial level agricultural practices and technology related programs that attended by male members accounting 69%. That training programs received by female members are mostly limited to home gardening and compost preparation, like non-commercial level training technologies. As a result, opportunities for women to attend training programs on commercial crop cultivation are limited. Actually, this negatively affect their adaptation to the climate change impact. Then access to credit. Interestingly, we observed that both men and women have similar proportion, similar level of access to credit in all 4 districts. Here, the female access to the loan is little higher than the male, is accounting for 51%. That of the population, 45% of the households have obtained loans. or credit. That majority of the loans or credit have obtained for the agricultural purposes. Again, that loans received by female members are used for the activities mainly dominated by male members, that is agriculture activities. Then women and children in agrarian communities and the position under the change in climate scenarios, that we observe that because of the water scarcity, almost all the villages we observed that male members are temporarily shift to the neighboring villages or sometimes distant areas away from their houses to seek in employment opportunities, both in on-farm and non-farm sector. So in these scenarios that there's an additional burden on the female members or women at the household, rise in child protection concerns, limited mobility of women, then heavy unpaid care burden and household responsibilities on women. So this again restrict their opportunity to be involved in livelihood activities. Again, we observed that women continue to occupy lower layer of the food value chain, especially even there are some opportunities in the on-farm sector that women can work as agricultural laborers. But still, the wage rate is significantly lower than men. We observe 25 to 30% lesser wage rates paid for women. Then the children's, especially school-age children's situation under the change in climate, we observed that school attendance is negatively impacted during heavy rain period, especially in Kilnochi district and Batiklo district. Mostly that roads were not in good condition, dilapidated condition, and that school attendance of children during the rainy season is negatively affected. Then again, the scarcity of available labor sometimes forces children in the family to engage in their parents' agricultural related activities. It has also observed both in Mondragal and Batiklo district. Then in Mondragal district, we observed sometimes farmers do not have enough land extent within the village area. They have to move to a distant area to do cultivation, particularly in the rainy Maha season. So sometimes that entire family have to shift to that place or those locations. So in that cases, most of the times children's school attendance is negatively affected. I think the policy implication in this part of the research will be discussed after the third presentation. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hevage. I would now like to cordially invite Ms. Thushara Dharmavardhana, researcher at Hearty, to present the research findings in terms of investigating climate-adapted farming practices and food security resilience in the dry zone of Sri Lanka. Ms. Thushara Dharmavardhana is a researcher attached to the Hector Kobakatuwa Agrarian Research and Training Institute. She has done research on the livelihood development, environmental economics, poverty and food security. Most recently, she engaged with the projects of climate-adapted farming practices and climate adaptation of vulnerable groups in the dry zone of Sri Lanka, leveraging the integrated e-extension services to minimize the Sri Lankan agricultural sector's vulnerability to climate shocks and unveiling the successes and challenges of climate-smart agriculture in Sri Lanka, insights for future interventions. Over to you, Ms. Dharmavardhana.
A very good morning to all of you. A very good morning to all of you. Before moving to my presentation, I would like to give a brief introduction of my study. In the recent past, Sri Lanka has been facing many challenges, including fertilizer shortage-induced lower crop harvest, high cost of production of agricultural products, an unprecedented economic crisis, high food inflation, and rising of high food prices. Also, such hardships were due to unexpected changes in weather patterns, which ultimately resulted to adverse impacts of food security. As a result of that, dry zone farming community facing challenges in securing adequate and nutritious food on their table, especially the resource-poor vulnerable community as well. Therefore, under the broad theme of this study, I'm going to present the second presentation titled as Food Security Status Among Vulnerable Farming Communities in Sri Lanka. Hence, we had an attempt to identify the acute food security status of the farming community in the dry zone and to provide policy directives to ensure the level of food security within this community. Also, we used the same data set for this analysis. Food security status was measured using the CARI method, a consultative approach for reporting indicators for food security, which was developed by the World Food Programme. And it is very important to see what is experiencing by this dry zone farming community at the ground level in terms of climate events they face and how they face challenges in securing water for their irrigation purposes, their cropping patterns, and also how they secure drinking water sources. In order to secure the water security and ultimately which leads to the food security at the end of the day. And I'm going to explain the key areas of this during my first presentation. As all of you know, this community is an agricultural community whose main livelihood is agriculture. On the other hand, irrigation plays a critical role in agriculture, which is scarce in the dry zone of Sri Lanka. That's why I'm going to highlight more about this irrigation water in my presentation, which secures the water security for agriculture. Irrespective of the geographical location, main source of water for larger portion of land is rainwater. And also, groundwater sources such as tube wells and agro wells are the primary water sources of irrigated areas in Kilnochchi and Batticaloa districts. However, these water sources can be impacted by the climate change, which leads to the reduction of availability of groundwater. For example, we can say when there is a prolonged drought, it is difficult to get the farmers to access for water due to reduction of groundwater levels. As you can see in this figure, the most common water source for agriculture is canal irrigation in Hambantota district. So farmers in Hambantota district can survive throughout the year compared to other 3 districts. When considering the cropping pattern of the lowlands, except Hambantota district, many lowland land plots were cultivated during only in Maha season and fallow in Yala season due to the water shortage. As an adaptive measure, it is recommended to cultivate less water demanding other field crops in the Yala season. When it comes to the cropping patterns of the uplands, main crops grown in uplands in Kilnochchi is perennial crops such as fruit crops and coconut. In Batticaloa district, in uplands, the farmers mostly practicing mixed cropping, while in Hambantota and Monragal district, they are practicing cultivation of other field crops. Drinking water is another aspect which is to be considered seriously in this situation to secure the water security. According to survey results, except Hambantota, all other 3 districts are facing challenges in securing quality and safe drinking water. In case of Hambantota, it is due to the development activities that has taken place in Hambantota. As a result of that, most of the areas were provided with pipe-borne water. In here, we considered safe water sources as pipe-borne water, common tap lines, filtered water and bowser water, and domestic wells, common wells, common wells, domestic wells are considered as unsafe water. Up to that, I explained regarding the water security, and from this point, I'm going to explain the food consumption score and food security status of this community, which was estimated using the CARI method developed by the World Food Programme. In Sri Lanka, at present, we are facing high food inflation, and as you can see, 83% of the sample households are coming under the acceptable food consumption score, while 2% are coming under the poor food consumption score. With respect to the district-wise variation, Kilinochchi has the highest food consumption score, and the Monragala is having the lowest food consumption score. When considering the consumption of different food groups across the 4 districts, you can see cereals, pulses are the food groups that are consumed by the majority of the households, and lower consumption of protein-based products and dairy products are limited by these community because of the spike of rising food prices. When they fail to have enough and adequate food on their table, they tend to go for adopt coping strategies. As I mentioned here, they have adopted 5 main coping strategies as less preferred and less expensive food, reduce number of meals eaten, restrict consumption of adults, borrowing foods, and limiting the portion size of meals. As a whole, a majority of the households, they adopted less preferred and less expensive food compared, followed by the limiting portion size of meals. At the end, I want to explain the food security status of this community. As you can see, more than 83% of farming households coming under the food secure category. That means this finding implies that there is this farming community has maintained the food security level for a certain extent. And when with respect to the district-wise variation, Kilnochi district remain remarkably ahead the other districts, and the Moragal district accounts for the lowest food security level across these 4 districts. And thank you very much for your cooperation. I think Ms. Thilani will explain the adoption strategies and policy implications related to food security and all the other gender aspects and all those things. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dharmavardhana. Ladies and gentlemen, our final presentation, titled Climate Adapted Farming Practices, Bridging Research to Policy, will be presented by Ms. T.P. Munavirage, Senior Researcher at HARTI. Ms. Munavirage focuses on research studies under water, land use, and agricultural policies, and under that, her specialized areas in research includes the integrated water resource management, climate change, agricultural resources, of environmental-related issues. Ms. Munavirage's current research endeavors aims to enhance the understanding of how economic incentives impact the supply of agricultural products and the interplay between agricultural production and environmental sustainability. Ms. Munavirage, over to you.
Thank you and good morning, all of you. So, 3. This one? Yeah. Okay, after listening to a series of presentations on how we have done our research and what are our main findings, main focus of my presentation is how farmers have adapted to those climate changes and what are the policy implications that we have derived from our research findings. So, as I said, main focus of this presentation is what is the level of farmer awareness on climate change, as Dr. Shiromani explained, and all of us are talking about like these forums, climate change is happening, we have to adapt. And then we wanted to know how farmers have understood this climate change. And then we are going to talk about or find about how they have adapted into this perceived climate change and what are their strategies and the policy implications. So up to now we have discussed it is important. Sri Lanka is vulnerable to climate change and our agriculture sector is specifically vulnerable, and dry zone people are very targeted group of these climate change impacts, and we need to do this adaptation, and government and NGOs and all the stakeholders are talking about this adaptation and taking policy initiatives and programs at the field level to increase this adaptation and increase the resilience of these vulnerable communities. And to promote these successful adaptations in agriculture sector, we have to understand that it is important to understand this farmers' perception of climate change and ongoing adaptation measures and how they are making the decisions on how to adapt. Those are very important, I think. Even though we are talking about this adaptation, we have to understand how farmers have get that information. So, and also it is important to promote these climate adaptive practices. These effective policy instruments are very important. So objective of my presentation is to understand how farmers' perception of climate change and examine how household adaptation strategies are taking place at the field level, and explore the relationship between socio-economic factors and farmers' adaptation behavior, and provide policymakers and the practitioners with insight to develop targeted interventions that promote the resilience of the agriculture sector in Sri Lanka. And for this one, we have used descriptive and multiple linear regression analysis. I'm not going to talk more about this, how we have done the analysis. We are mainly focusing on our findings and what are the policy implications. So first we were asked about, as I said in the introduction, how these farmers have understood this climate change. We have asked whether they are aware of this term climate change, and irrespective of the districts, 83% of the farmers are aware about this term climate change. That is not the correct, accurate definition for the climate change, but they have some sense of what is climate change, and they have gained this knowledge through specifically the media, that is television, TV, the radio programs and newspapers. And I would like to highlight here that the knowledge they have gained through extension training is very limited. That is, we can highlight that farmers have not gained a proper understanding of the climate change in the form of formal information. And then, as Dr. Shiromani explained in her presentation very nicely, this climate change, how it is happening, and the temperature variations and rainfall variations, we were asked about farmers whether they have perceived any change in their climate. During last 20 years, we have asked what are the changes that you have experienced in your climate related to last 20 years. And in here we have listed what they have observed. As Dr. Shiromani explained, they also experienced that changes in the rainfall pattern and temperature, changes in the temperature and occurrence of extreme events as well. But the majority experience that changes in the rainfall and the extreme events. Specifically in Kilinochchi and Batticaloa people, they have recently they have experienced high occurrence of droughts and floods, as well as the rainfall variabilities. Then I think this is the most important part, how households have adapted into these changes. In this, for the easiness of the understanding, I have divided this adjustment that they have made in their activities into two broad components, like what they have done for their farm and crop management practices, and then the water management practices. I think water is the main critical agriculture input in terms of climate change as well. So how they have adapted into these two broad components, specifically for the Yala and Maha seasons. In this one, it says how they have adapted to the Maha season. Maha season, as Shant explained in his presentation, Yala is the main rainy season of Sri Lanka. So what they have, most of them have done was shifting their cropping season based on the rainfall and initiate their land preparation with onset of the rainfall. And adherence of other thing, I have in here mentioned that in the 0.9 advanced crop establishment methods and following minimum tillage practices, those of things are very limited in this area. When we go to the agriculture water management, these are the responses reported by the farmers. What I wanted to highlight here is those are very, very limited number of farmers have adapted to this improved water management practices in their field. Even though we are talking about we have to increase the water efficiency and all, at the field level, the farmers have not gone into that level of adaptation in the real situation. So this is related to Yala season, which is the water scarce season in Sri Lanka. What they have, most of them have done was go to short duration crop varieties. And then they have specifically in 63% of the people have reported they have initiated land preparation onset of the rainfall, because Moraragala is one of the driest districts in Sri Lanka. What they have done was they have adjusted their planting based on this rainfall. And those others, it is same. They have the number of adaptations that they have adapted are very limited when it comes to advanced crop technologies or technological know-how. We have to highlight that part. When it goes to the water management, it's same. What they have done was they have using a mulch or something like that. That is the strategy that they have mentioned most. In here, then you may have the question how we have selected these strategies. We have asked farmers different set of strategies that we have introduced and we are promoting. But those are the strategies that farmers have actually implemented in the field. So they may not be the most suitable thing when it comes to the climate change adaptation. So for the easiness of understanding, I have put this into a graphical form in terms of total sample. In both Maha, what they have done in Maha season, Ella season, in terms of total sample, what they have done was change in their cropping season based on the rainfall, onset of the rainfall, and they have gone for the short duration crops and drought tolerant varieties, and crop diversification and following minimum tillage practices are also very low in the field level. This is same. Improved water management practices, I think Department of Agriculture promoting this alternative wetting and drying in the rice cultivation. None of the farmers have adapted this kind of things in the field, and this also included the parachute and those kind of improved technologies that the adaptation of farmers are very low in these 4 districts in terms of agricultural technologies. And growing cover crops, improved irrigation methods like sprinkler irrigation, micro drip irrigation, it is very low. So this is the reality in the field. So then we wanted to know how farmers have decide whether to adapt or not. We have done a regression analysis. We wanted to find out whether there is any statistical relationship between farmers' adaptation and the level of education, income, age, and all characteristics. So in this study, what we have done was some farmers have adapted more than 1-2 adaptation strategies in the field with the comments from the guidance of the field level officers. We have ranked those adaptation strategies and we allocated a weight for each strategy and prepare an index, and when they run the regression against that index. So what we have found was, interestingly, the regression results show that awareness of the climate change and receipt of climate information, early climate information, and participation of climate change adaptation programs within women-headed households and membership in societies show a positive relationship between the adaptation. So in a simple term, if they have received climate-related information in earliest possible, they have made some adjustment to their cultivation practices, and they have gone for some adaptation programs. And women-headed households, they have show the positive relationship. I think we can explain this like that. The women-headed household, they have very limited opportunities to go beyond their location or household level, and they have to do best in their agricultural activities to survive. So then there is a more tendency to adapt adaptation strategies. And specifically when we consider about the regional variation in adaptation, Kilinochchi shows the highest level of adaptation, and Monaragala district shows the least level of adaptation. And Monaragala, obviously, the education level and I think poorest district in Sri Lanka is Monaragala. So they have these resource limitations and all. That's why I think they have less adapted compared to other districts. Then as a conclusion, I would like to say, as I discussed earlier, farmers have made adaptation that requires low technological know-how and low investment capacities. So that is why I think they have gone for the shifting cultivation rather than going to invest in drip irrigation or sprinkler irrigation. So it implies that there is a necessity to increase in investment in rural agriculture development related to agriculture actions to empower households to make location-specific strategies, long-term decisions for their future well-being, if we are talking about the resilience of the agricultural communities in long-term. So autonomous adaptation is not adequate in this situation, so support from the government, NGOs, and the private sector is crucial to shift these farmers from this autonomous adaptation to long-term strategies, promoting resilience through asset accumulation, livelihood diversification, and adapted to profitable agricultural technologies in the future. So with that, I would like to move on what are the policy suggestions that we have derived from our study. First, we would like to say it is important to increase the capacity in the relevant these stakeholders, invest in farm education and training. We have in our regression also shows that if the farmers have proper training and the awareness on these things, they have higher tendency to adapt to climate change adaptation strategies. So it is high technological know-how and skill training, resources to implement climate resilient practices, and educate farmers to make cultivation decisions based on early warning or weather forecast systems. It is important and to make sure that farmers receive those early warning messages to plan their agricultural activities accordingly. And then financial support for adaptation, it is almost important because most of them have gone for low investment adaptation strategies because of their resource limitations and all. Therefore, in our research, we would like to recommend the necessity of increasing the financial support for these adaptation measures. Like subsidizing climate resilient technologies and providing low interest loans. And it is important to highlight that the farmers who are having this agricultural insurance are very low in our sample. So we recommend it is important to increase this weather-based insurance or like insurance schemes to mitigate risk associated with this upcoming climate hazards. And the community-based adaptation, it is important and encourage and support community-driven adaptation initiatives, foster collaboration between government agencies, NGOs, and communities to develop these context-specific strategies that align with the needs of the priorities of the farmers. This should be the location-specific interventions. And enhancing women's economic participation, we have seen in Mr. Shanta's presentation that the higher number of women are in these study locations who are in these economic active populations are jobless. So, and even in the field and the key informant discussions, the female farmers highlighted the need of the income, job opportunities for them that they can do within their household or within their village. So in Monaragala, Kilinochi and those areas, those opportunities are very limited. So in this research highlighted the importance of creating those job opportunities for the women and for the youth who are leaving the school. For not adhering to the agriculture, they need other income diversification. And infrastructure development also important to increase the resilience in this climate change scenario. And policy integration across sectors are very important. We have to, in our national agricultural policy and climate change adaptation policy, environment policy, and all these policies have included this climate change adaptation and importance of adaptation into their policy agendas. But we would like to highlight the necessity of this the collaboration between all these policies, and implementing inclusive and gender sensitive policies are also important when we talk about the gender equity and enhancing women empowerment and building the resilience in these rural agrarian communities, especially in terms of women. And monitoring and evaluation framework is all we should have strengthened. We all very aware that the government and the other stakeholders are implementing different climate adaptation strategies and programs in the field level. But it is important to get the progress and the monitoring of this. What is the progress of these programs in terms of climate change adaptation? To what extent these programs have been able to achieve the targeted objectives? So international cooperation, it is very important. Engage in international collaboration to share best practices, technologies, and financial resources. I think all of us are well aware that there is a huge dialogues developing in the world, in global arena on this climate change. We can harness this potential. So in terms of climate adaptation, we would like to highlight the importance of this international cooperation as well. So that is the main key policy points, I think, from this audience. We can improve this, and we highly encourage you to participate and give your expert knowledge to improve these our findings and the specifically the policy recommendations. That is our main objective of this program as well. We would like to improve this one with your expertise comments. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Munavirage. Ladies and gentlemen, the report that is being produced following this research, which has been conducted for over 2 years, which I had the pleasure of reading, states, and I quote, "Sri Lanka is highly vulnerable to climate change impacts due to high temperatures, unique and complex hydrological regimes, and exposure to extreme climate events. The agricultural sector, which plays a crucial role in the country's economy, contributing to 6.9% of the total GDP, is the most affected by climate-induced disasters, particularly due to its high sensitivity to climatic conditions, though not all its subsectors are equally vulnerable. Additionally, it serves as the primary source of livelihood for rural communities, which is 27% of the population employed in this sector," which I want to draw your attention to, which means the population under discussion here today covers more than a quarter of the population that is employed in this sector. Ms. Munavirage's presentation in particular highlights the importance of dialogue because it identifies a gap between the research, the policy, and the actual implementation of said policy, especially in the long term, which is why it is important that we make sure that we move farmers from autonomous adaptation to skilled, informed, context-based, and gender-sensitive policy implementations, which is why we create dialogues such as the one we have here today. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we move towards the panel discussion portion of today's event. We will open the floor for 4 panelists for the panel discussion on climate-adapted farming practices and climate adaptation of vulnerable groups in the dry zone of Sri Lanka and the work that has been presented here today. Allow me to first introduce our panel moderator, Dr. Frederick Aberatne, consultant agricultural economist. Dr. Aberatne obtained his bachelor's in agriculture honors from the University of Ceylon in the year 1975. He obtained a postgraduate diploma in agricultural economics from the University of Reading in the UK in 1978, followed by a master's in agricultural economics from the University of Reading in 1979. He completed his PhD in economics at Virginia Tech University in the United States in 1988. He started his career as an assistant lecturer at the University of Peradeniya in 1975 and then joined the Agrarian Research Institute, or RT, and rose to the position of Head Agricultural Resource Management Division and Deputy Director of the Institute, where he worked on areas such as environmental impacts of shifting farming, agriculture energy, farm mechanization, farming systems, rural institutions, farming systems of rural institutions, efficiency analysis, marketing, and public finance. Most of the work that he has done has been done in collaboration with international agencies and universities, such as the University of Cambridge and Reading, the International Food Policy Research Institute, and many other institutions. He then joined the UNDP in 1992, where he functioned as the head of the Poverty and Governance Unit, as a senior program analyst, worked in different areas such as governance, poverty, environment, rehabilitation, and reconstruction in conflict-affected areas, the private sector, and in IT. Since 2013, he has been working as a freelance consultant for several organizations, including the UNDP, the FAO, the World Bank, and the UN Habitat. He has also worked as a course tutor to the International Agricultural Center in the Netherlands, and was a visiting lecturer at the University of Reading, UK, was a consultant agricultural economist and a board member at the Coconut Research Institute of Sri Lanka. He's also been visiting at the postgraduate institutions of the University of Peradeniya, the Postgraduate Institute of Management at the University of Jawaharlal, and the universities of Ruhuna and Colombo and the Open University. He has been the editor of many scientific journals. He is also the past president of the Sri Lanka Agricultural Economics Association and has served in many committees, including the OPA, HARTI, CARP, PGIA at the PIM, and at the University Grants Commission. I would now like to hand over proceedings to Dr. Abeyratne. Quick announcements while Professor Abeyratne makes his way to the head table. Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to pose a question to the panelists, please make sure that you raise your hand. There are the lovely ladies of World Vision and HARTI are available with FM microphones in the audience. Raise your hand and wait for the moderator to acknowledge you. And when you do pose your question, please mention your name, your designation, and your affiliated institute before asking your question. Over to you, Dr. Abeyratne.
Thank you very much, Madam, for that introduction. May I invite the other panelists to the podium before we start the session. We have Dr. Lakmini Megunaratne, Dr. L.P. Rupasena, Engineer Prabhat Vitarana, and Ms. Madhavi Aryabandhu. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first of all thank HARTI and the World Vision for calling for a dialogue on climate change impacts after concluding a major part of the study where effects of changing climate on the vulnerable communities in the dry zone of Sri Lanka has been studied. We also heard a few minutes ago 3 presentations based on the study, the findings, and some policy recommendations. Just to recapitulate, it was noted most of the farming operations have gone through some adaptive measures than adopting new technologies on water management and other agriculture technologies. We also heard that only about a third has received any form of information and training on coping mechanisms, although large number of people did know that there was something called climate change taking place. Also, it highlighted impacts such as reduced food consumption or consuming reduced nutrient value foods, an increase in sickness levels, heavy dropouts from schools, and even gender disparities where women and children were mostly affected. So obviously, ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot of scope for policy and program interventions to reduce, if not to eliminate, negative impacts of climate change. In fact, it is important to note, even at the highest level, the President himself has noted the importance of even having a tertiary level educational institution on this subject. Okay, Now, we have 4 eminent professionals who will give their opinions on this matter. The forum will feature the presentations of findings and recommendations on climate adaptive farming practices and climate adoption, household food security, and the impacts of climate change on women and children. So those are the 3 areas that we will be focusing on. I would humbly request the panelists to focus on highlighting further research needs and existing data information gaps within these subject areas, starting with that. Then additionally, panel members are encouraged to discuss gaps and shortcomings in existing policies and programs, including policy gaps, overlapping issues, and the need for further policy adjustments, because we do know there are a lot of policies around and programs around as well, but not much is happening as an outcome. So I would humbly request for them to focus their attention mostly on to tell us where the policy gaps, where the research gaps are, so that we can have successful programs in the future. So there are 4 panelists. The first presenter will be Dr. L.P. Rupasena, who is a senior lecturer at the Department of Agricultural Systems at the Faculty of Agriculture at the Rajaratnam University of Sri Lanka. Now, Dr. Rupasena, he started his professional career as an assistant lecturer at the University of Peradeniya back in 1979, and later joined Hector Kobakadua Agriculture Research and Training Institute in 1980, and he held different positions there, starting as a research officer and then research fellow, and finally as the additional director of the institute before joining the University of Rajaratnam as a senior lecturer. Dr. Rupasena has represented high-level committees such as Presidential Task Force on Food Security, Cabinet Subcommittee on Cost of Living, and Cabinet Subcommittee on Food Marketing. So he is a marketing specialist, and I do hope that he will give some recommendations where policy directives and programs are needed, because marketing is an important issue if we are going to have some new techniques to mitigate climate change and so on. So Dr. Rupasena he will speak on the direct consequences of the effects of climate change on the agricultural marketing and in the marketing system, and give some recommendations how we can meet these challenges. Dr. Rupasena.
Good morning to everybody. At the outset, thank you very much for the organizers for giving this opportunity, and also thank you to Dr. Abeyratna, for chairman, for introducing me. So, within 10 minutes time given to me, I will talk about effect of climate change on agricultural food marketing and mitigation strategies. So, my presentation basically covers 2 parts. One is what is the effect of climate change on agriculture, and second, I will discuss about the most important part, the strategies for mitigation effect. Let's see effect of climate change on food marketing, because we know that we have studied a lot of things on production side, and also maybe nutrition, and also food security. But marketing aspect is not adequately addressed in the literature. So when you think about the marketing, I must say that marketing is the major driver in level of production as well as food security. If we talk about the food security, we have 4 pillars. One is the food availability, then we have food accessibility, we have food utilization, and food stability. Those 4 areas directly linked with the marketing. If we have a good marketing system, we have a good production system. They are two sides of the same coin. But we always talking about the production side, but we neglect the marketing part. But marketing is the major driver. If we talk about the food utilization, then food stability, as well as food consumption side, all are depend on the marketing. If you have a good value chain or food marketing system, we can assure food stability and food utilization and also food availability. So think about that. Marketing is the most important part. After that, I would like to talk about what is the impact of climate change on marketing. We all know that major impact is prices. We all know that recent past vegetable prices increase so much. Even maybe 1 year back, rice prices increased so much. So we have experienced climate change impact on food prices. So we are talking about the food inflation. Rise in food prices directly linked with food inflation. Then another part is we call food, we call that volatility. That means change in food prices over the years. That also very significant impact we have. So in the short run, what we have observed is the food inflation is very high. In Sri Lanka, usually last year, we have observed that I think food inflation contributed to more than 70% of the total inflation. Okay, next slide. When we talk about the impact of climate change on agricultural marketing, we can think about it affect both production market and also input market, or output market or input market, both. When we think about the input market, major thing is shortage of the seed. Seed shortage, people are talking about the seed insecurity. That means seed not available at the time farmers need, maybe in terms of quality wise also. For example, if you have a drought or food shortage in the paddy, we have a serious concern about the paddy seed as well as quality. Because if you produce the seed from the local production, we have a problem with the climate change. That is the major thing. Then we have to think about the output market. Output market we can divide it into two. One is the producer market. Other one we can talk about the consumer market. In the producer market, what we observe is increase in food prices. Even in the consumer market also increase in food prices we observe. Then when about the increase in food prices, that is good for the producer, because we know that when the food prices increase, we have heard about the most out from the consumer side, but not in the producer side. What is the reason? In principle, usually in the agricultural commodity, food prices are increasing at a higher rate than the production decline. So that is why if you see about the nowadays in the green chili prices in some areas in Anuradhapur areas, farmers are getting more than 300,000 per one trip, because of prices have over 100,000 rupees per kilo. Because that is common for agricultural commodities, food prices are increasing at a higher rate than the production decline. That means farmers are getting benefit from the climate change. That is the positive side. But problem is they are not getting full benefit because of the value chain or supply chain is governed by the middleman. So middleman is getting more benefit than the farmer. Then most important part, you are all interacted about the mitigation strategies. So what should be the solution for that? Number one is we should have a maintaining of buffer stock that is for only the storable commodities like rice, maybe potatoes also. Then when you have a buffer stock, if we have a shock like climate change, we can release that stock to stabilize the market prices. We know that climate change impact basically on market supply. Demand is usually stable for agricultural commodities, in the short run, problem is the supply side problem. So what we have to do is we have to increase the supply. One way is the maintaining buffer stock. Then second one is the usually food imports. Usually in Sri Lanka, basically, we are depending on food import. But most of the other countries, they depend on the buffer stock program. In case of buffer stock program, most of the countries, buffer is maintained by the government agencies. Even though it high cost to the treasury, but you have to think about the social benefit rather than the cost. Most of the countries maintaining buffer stock by the government. But there are some innovative strategies, just like Thailand. What they do is, they ask to the millers to purchase the paddy at the guaranteed price and government monitor their stock. So in the past we had that type of system, I think 1990s, rice importers maintain buffer and the food department monitor that system, but after liberalization of the rice import, that system was collapsed. So still I believe that we should have a buffer stock program in order to stabilize the prices, either private sector or in the government sector. I think if we can, some millers can do the paddy stock or rice stock under the supervision and under the support of the government. Maybe they can issue some kind of credit subsidy. Then food imports, we are doing in Sri Lanka mostly depend on the food imports. What the Sri Lanka is thinking was in the past, within 2 weeks, we can import rice or other thing from the India. That is, we had an idea. But remember now, it is we have an uncertainty. Even recent past, Big Onion banned India, and that is depend on the import. We have a problem. Even in the Swaminathan, he is the popular person in India. He is telling we don't need to depend on imports because we are depend on imports mean we are wasting our scarce resources of foreign exchange, as well as he is saying we are importing unemployment also. If we develop the local production, we can increase employment also. So we do not need to too much depend on food imports. We know that if the problem arises, what we do is we are killing off the efficient millers or efficient traders by importing and releasing the import stock at a cheaper price. For example, we know that when the sudden price increase of the eggs, our only solution is importing the thing. That is not the solution. We are killing the efficient people and protecting the others. Then third one is the shifting demands. Because one way is we have to increase the market supply. Other thing is that we have to control in the demand, shifting demand. Naturally, when the prices are increasing, demand decreasing in economic theory. To some extent, we can decrease, but it depends on the commodity. If the commodity is essential, if we don't have substitute, definitely we cannot control we cannot shift in the demand to some extent. But we can do country crop like carrot. We don't need to too much worry about that. If the prices are going up, consumer can substitute. In other countries, usually market decide the things and consumer change. Consumer behavior, we have to think about that. Consumer will take care of that. Then next one is, fourth one, I'm thinking about that, the direct marketing or e-marketing concept. Because we all know that I mentioned that during the period when prices are high, as a result of shortage of production due to climate change, traders are getting benefit. What we have to do is we have to promote direct marketing. That means producer directly sell to the consumer. We know that in some cases, Anuradhapura product or what you call that, tomatoes or cucumber goes to Dambulla. From Dambulla again come to the Anuradhapura. But there are some countries, especially in, you know that in African countries, they have a virtual farm market. Under virtual farm market, what they do is they get orders from the consumers in the relevant areas, and either consumer can come and collect the things from the virtual market, or sometimes virtual market people, they distribute the thing to the consumer. That type of thing is operating success stories. That is one of the e-marketing we can promote. It is to some extent we are having farmers. Some farmers have some kind of app. Through the app, they are distributing product to the consumer. We have to promote that one. The next one. Then earlier I mentioned short-term thing. Then medium term, what we can do is we observe that due to high risk, that agricultural investment has come down. Because of that, production is not increasing as we expected. Earlier presentation, we observed that climate change is adversing, temperature is decreasing, and also temperature is increasing, and rainfall is decreasing. That type of thing happening. So we have to promote agriculture in order to reduce the adverse impact. What we have to do is, what I want to suggest is, first one is to increase the investment. We have to follow the agribusiness cluster approach, because most of my strategy is based on the success stories in other countries. So other countries basically they have a cluster approach. That cluster approach means everybody get together and work common purpose. Then next one is networking economic cluster, economic centers. For example, India has a regulated market more than 585. They have network electronically. They call ENAM, Electronic National Agricultural Marketing System. They call One India, One Market concept. So auction is going on. Then things are working, very success story. We can reduce the green and emission also. We can reduce the harmful of the, now more than 65% of the things go through the three-wheelers. We can reduce that one. India is using some system. We can follow that one. Because the time constraint, I am not explaining too much. Then next one is the market information system. Earlier mentioned that if we have early warning system, we can improve the system. We have to do that type of thing. Harty can improve those things. In case of policy, I found that we have a very good policy document, 2016 to 2025. I think more than 170 pages that include everything, include the vision, mission, and activities. Even we have a KPI, key performance indicators are also available. Then what is lacking is monitoring part and the impact assessment. I observe that in Sri Lanka is what we do is we are celebrating activities. We are not celebrating the outcome. So that maybe sometimes we don't have outcome to celebrate. So what we have to do is we have to celebrate the outcome. The next one is maybe last one, institutional mechanism. What we have a main system. We have a divisional level. We have a monthly divisional meeting, agricultural. Then district level, we have a district meeting. Even national level, in the past, we had the National Food Policy Committee, but it was now not no longer operating. In the past, weekly, we monitor the food supply situation in the country. That was no longer operating. My suggestion is we need a strong mechanism to address the food marketing issues, then implement the suggestion, and finally monitor and improve the situation. So I think we don't need to too much policies. Only thing is who is going to implement the thing. Implementation part is the most important. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rupasena. Although we say that we have a free market mechanism in this country, we all know that especially the agriculture market is not free. It is heavily managed or monopolized by few traders and so on. We all hear about that. Now, Dr. Rupasena gave some ideas about how we can get about. He did say that the policy is there, but what is not there is the outcome-based programs and monitoring and evaluation. So this is something to think about, how we can have outcome-based programs and plans, not just having a policy saying that the free market will look after our problems and so on. Ladies and gentlemen, we will open it for the audience for questions and answers after all the four speakers speak. But if there's one burning question at this time, I will take it. Especially on the recommendations made by Dr. Rupasena a minute ago. Any one burning question? Okay, think about it. We'll have a discussion a little later. Our next speaker is, I'm sorry, there's one question. Yes, please.
Yes, actually that I want to raise that question because I also involved for a long time now, around 24 years in agriculture. So there are a lot of projects is implemented in order to achieve the food security. But I don't know that policy also there. I remember that one is finance receipt project that all farmers' product is taken by the government and there are three places there are warehouses established using that government funds. That is actually not government fund, that's funded by that is World Bank. So that also there that I'm also engaged that project. And one project actually that to make the buffer stock, as Dr. Rupasena pointed out. So that buffer stock one also we have some that is actually implemented by the food department as well. So that is in Veyangoda. But all is collapsed. At the moment it's not running. But policy also there. But implementation policy is the most important thing as my understanding. That is I want to point it out in the matter. Okay, thank you.
Dr. Rupasena may answer if you have an answer right now or we can talk it later. Just a quick answer.
Yeah, I studied that that is called warehouse receipt finance system. And also under that system we can store 48,000 metric ton of grains. And at present, even when we don't have a 500 metric ton of. Even less than 300 farmers are using that warehouse receipt system. So basic thing is, even that is a loan, we got European Union. So major thing is lack of interest of the people. We have usually warehouse receipt system, there are 4 partners. One is the, what do you call that, warehouse operator. Then we have at the beginning farmer, warehouse operator. Then we have a bank. Then we have a regulator body, government. Those 4 are not incorporated. We know in our Sri Lankan culture, we don't have a cooperation and coordination. Until that, we cannot achieve. I will say that there is a statement called, people make things happen, other resources make things possible. Most important thing, make things happen. That is our duty. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rupasena, for that. Our second speaker is Dr. Lakshmini Naina, Margaret Ratna, right? Okay. She will primarily speak on food security and nutrition with special emphasis on women and children in climate-affected agrarian communities. Just to say a little about Dr. Margaret Ratna. She's a consultant community physician attached to the Ministry of Health, now serving as the acting director at Nutrition Division at the Ministry of Health. She is with 2 postgraduate degrees in public health, a master's degree, a doctorate, MD in community medicine, and a postgraduate certificate in medical education conferred by the University of Colombo. She has served nearly 26 years so far in the government service and have years of experience in planning, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation in all the areas of public health, which we didn't have too much in the agriculture marketing sector. Dr. Margaret Ratna.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. So my task here today, good afternoon, I think it's past 12 noon. Good afternoon. So let me go for the first thing. I was asked to give some introduction regarding climate-induced production loss and the impact on household and nutrition security. So why shall we go through the some graphs, because you can see this is our current scenario in wasting, that is SAM and MAM. SAM means severe acute malnutrition and MAM means moderate acute malnutrition. So you can see between 2022 and 2023 what we are facing right now. So as you can see, most of the medical office of health areas in the country are affected by the food inflation, climate change, everything is being impacted on these nutrition states. Next one, please. So you can see this is, I just want to highlight, there's a great district disparity. Even though the current one is 21, it was 10%, 10.1% in 2022, it was 23, it is 10%, but you can see there's a great disparity among districts. So the climate change impacted dry zone, wet zone, everything. So if we want to actually improve nutrition status of children, we have to targeted intervention, tailor-made for each district should be done. So here the stunting. This is a little bit of a bad scenario because stunting means that the children are chronically malnourished, more than 6 months. So you can see between 22 to 23 how it was worsened. Almost all districts are now increased rates of stunting, and we have to attend very urgently to improve the status. So this is, so you can see, I think the corner one must be Nuwara highest stunting. And Colombo CMC area, I'm very sad to say, is the highest one. So this is the scenario right now we are facing. We have undernutrition, we have overnutrition, we have micronutrient deficiency, or triple burden of malnutrition we are facing right now in the country. We have to attend it without further delay. So when we say underweight, you can see such a scenario. Highest rate, you can see Anuradhapura, Polonnaruwa, Nuwara. Underweight means acute malnutrition. So the children at this moment, there are a lot of children, around 15,700 odd children who are severely acute malnourished. So it's disseminated among districts. So there is a need to attend. That's why I want to highlight over and over again. This is something regarding anemia, because we have to attend micronutrient deficiencies. This is zinc deficiency. That is another micronutrient deficiency that you are facing. So you can see the highest. And also regarding, Ministry of Health have school medical inspection for grade 1, 4, 7, 10. We annually measure weight height, and so you can see there's wasting across all districts, and also in spite of wasting, we have overweight as well. So there's overweight, obesity, also there. Highest, I am afraid, Colombo CMC area is the highest, overweight and obesity, because of the junk food and unhealthy food consumption. This is pregnant mothers, so you can see the district variation here as well, and anemia. This is when the period of amenorrhea, that is actually around 12 weeks of pregnancy, that definitely highlight the general population women. So our general population women, they suffer from anemia, and there is a great disparity among districts. If you really want to get these details, Family Health Bureau, Ministry of Health, they in their website you can get this report, 2023 National Nutrition Month Summary Report. It's available. So you can see, according to WFP, FAO result, they have done assessment. Almost 17% are moderate acute food insecure, and about 10,000 are severely acute. And in spite of that, women, I am so sad to say, women, more than 40% of women in the 18 to 60 years are overweight or obese. And there's poor dietary diversity, because at this moment we witness it, the lack of access to nutritious food, because daily intake of fruits, vegetables, and the dairy portions are minimal. I have to highlight, because I imply from the agriculture sector who is represented today, please do something to improve traditional fruits and vegetable farming. You have to go for commercial crops, that's I understand, but traditional fruits and vegetables, when we were very small age, that we have consumed, we tasted, those fruits and vegetables are no more. So we need that. So the daily intake is far below the national recommendation. We recommend 400 grams per day fruits and vegetables, but we just consume around 230. I think it's lesser than that because of the cost of fruits and vegetables. And dietary diversification is definitely negatively correlated with food prices. So if you do a dietary assessment right now, we recommend 6 food groups, but actually we may getting only 2 or 3 food groups per day. So that's a very bad situation. So when we go for this next one, that is the climate change on nutrition and education. UNICEF has done a study in 2021 and they have published, I taken from this their evidence. They have told because of floods and landslides, school infrastructure was damaged and lack of clean water, especially in dry zone and hilly areas. And dropping out of schools are, in the eastern province, it was highest. Girls from the low income families, they were absent to school because they have to fetch water. The girls were, there's definitely gender bias there. And we have to highlight not only major disasters. Major disasters are highlighted in news clips and everything, but small scale recurrent hazards play a big role in education. And because those are the challenging student access to schools. And during the last year, I think Central Province faced life-threatening landslides and vector-borne diseases. Dengue, if you consider, dengue is one big epidemic. That is a water-based vector-borne disease. Water-borne diseases such as diarrhea as well as skin diseases. And definitely rural farming communities, small-scale rural farmers. They are the ones who have been affected this hardship. And because in medicine we talk about total well-being, not only physical well-being, mental well-being, social well-being, emotional well-being, that is the WHO definition. So emotional well-being also affected in children. Disasters play a heavy emotional toll. And also because our education system, I'm so sad to say, we are exam-oriented only. So most of the time the children are in a closed room. So they get irritable when staying in a hot and uncomfortable room. We are fighting for a reform. I do hope that we will get a reform with a more action-oriented education syllabus. The next one would be the information gaps in the rural food and nutrition security and present information gaps. In that UNICEF study, they have highlighted we need to gather and share and analyze climate change impact data, which is concerning school children, and we need to change school policies, plans, and strategies according to that. And we have to have comprehensive and system-wide climate smart school concept framework for Sri Lanka, and actually to implement those guidelines. We do have a lot of policies are coming whenever there's a government change, there will be reforms, but they are not implemented. So we have to have a definite policy, and it should be implemented and monitored. And also regarding the food gap, because dietary intake of key micronutrient, definitely, because now we are very little bit worried about the protein. I think during the course of the day we have highlighted the protein insufficiency. So because of the high rising cost of fish, eggs, milk, I think. So we have to think about livestock as well, other than the commercial crops. So we need to have a food gap. There is a definitely food gap is there, so we need more information on that. And also identify nutrient-rich crops, because whenever there's a home gardening program, during COVID-19 pandemic, a lot of people were engaged in home gardening. And Ministry of Health, actually we have to have the home gardening guide. We had an emergency nutrition action plan 2024, and in that one proposal was on home gardening. And whenever we do some home gardening project, only those chili and some buttu and all those very, not very nutritionally rich ones. So we need to identify nutrient-rich crops for school. And also World Food Program is having school home gardening program. That is, we are supplying school meal program for 1.1 million children in Sri Lanka. So we need to implement the suppliers to have some home gardening in their own premises, backyard poultry, so they can supply a very good nutritious food. And also regarding climate smart agricultural approach, I think Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Health and all those ministries should work together. And let's go for the next one. This is policy interventions. I'm very happy to say, being part of National Nutrition Policy 21-2030, we were able to, with all the multi-sectoral partnership, we were able to launch, and we are implementing at this moment, and I am enforcing in every opportunity when I get to be a part of implementation of the nutrition-friendly National Nutrition Policy. And we were able to present it to the Presidential Secretariat and got their endorsement. And according to the policy priority area, there are 6 policy priority areas identified. We are now developed multi-sectoral action plan for nutrition for 2024-2030, which is now almost finished, which will be launched during the first quarter this year. And we are going to prepare, because whenever we have a national plan, we need to have district plans, and they want ownership. So we are, with UNICEF support, Ministry of Health is now going to implement plan for at least the 7 districts we have identified highest rates of underweight and stunting. So during the first quarter, we will have 7 district plans, and we are hoping to finish all districts by the end of 2024. And I want to ask to advocate to think multi-sectorally, because we are very used to work in silos in Sri Lanka. If we want to actually work towards the general population, we have to have a shared vision. So I do hope this discussion will lead to that. So we have to do work harmoniously. And also I am sad to say tracking is not very good in Sri Lanka. So we need a tracking for food production. Even when we consider egg production, you have experience in the past few months about there's no tracking regarding food production, prices, and early warning signs of drought and famine. And also the policies and the programs may have to change. So we have to assess periodically, and Presidential Secretariat is there. Now we have National Nutrition Council, multi-sectoral platform is there. So I do hope there is a scaling up nutrition focal point established. So Ministry of Health is actually the stewardship for this, I am proud to say. So we do hope that we can assess even our national nutrition policy, because it was designed before this economic downfall. So we may have to revisit again. So, and also regarding education provision and learning quality, we may have to, because education and nutrition, education and health go together. So we need to address the gap. So those are the gaps I find. And regarding women empowerment, Sri Lanka, I think regarding the population, the highest proportion is women. But our women are not actually empowered enough to, as the study revealed, we are not empowered. Only few at the top positions, there are women, definitely. But even the parliament, it's not represented. And at rural community, the women do not have power to decide in decision making. So thank you, that's all.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Margaret Ratna, for that. One thing I take home from Dr. Rupasen as well as Dr. Margaret Ratna's speeches were that the poor monitoring and evaluation and tracking of our programs in this country. We have big policies, big programs, a lot of money being used, but hardly the outcomes are monitored and tracked and evaluated. So this is something that we have to really think about, you know. Any burning question before we go to the third speaker? So, one question at least. Yes, please.
We appreciate the name and the designation of the person who are asking the question.
Yeah, my name is Saman Sinavira. I'm a professor of climate change biology from University of Rohde. especially Dr. Lakmini, is a very burning issue. This is not only for Sri Lanka, this is a global issue now. The micronutrition and the global malnutrition. The point started this problem is the plant breeding. The most of the cereal crops, we started breeding poor yield, poor carbohydrates, but we miss the quality aspects. Now the Western world has started to correcting it, but we have not made any attempt to correct it yet here. This is, I think, for example, Agriculture Department had to play a major role in this regard, actually, and as well as all the other institutions, universities and other organizations need to work together. And when it comes to the climate change, actually climate change has a huge impact on the quality. Decrease protein, decrease micronutrients, decrease zinc and iron. This is a very important nutrients for the all human metabolic activities, and they have been heavily depleted. This is a kind of a double whammy effect. And so if we do not address this issue immediately, we are into great trouble, because Western countries are addressing and working hard to tackle this issue. So we have recently published a paper in Nature. We put all the global data. We have the biggest impact in this part of the world. So I think you're taking message across the society is a very nice way. I think we all need to take this thing to the real people, whatever the parties involved, immediately. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that intervention. You want to?
Yeah, multi-sectoral approach is the best one. We have to work together, and there should be tracking. That is a must.
Right. We are into the third speaker now. Our third speaker is Ms. Madhavi Malalgoda Aribandhu. She will focus on the gender aspects of climate change, impacts on the vulnerable farming communities in the dry zone, and so on. Let me say a few words about Ms. Aribandhu. She is the senior expert on disaster and climate risk management, gender and social inclusion. She started her career at the Agrarian Research and Training Institute, Sri Lanka, conducting research and training on agriculture development for over 10 years. She led the Disaster Risk Management Program at Intermediate Technology Development Center, that is ITDG, South Asia. She also served as the National Gender Advisor and Project Leader of the Microenterprise Recovery in the Tsunami Recovery Program of the United Nations Development Program in Sri Lanka, that's UNDP. Now, she was also formerly the head of office of the UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction in the Central Asia and South Caucasus region. And she was the head of office at the interim UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction in Asia Pacific region. Ms. Malagudu. Aribandhu, rather.
Thank you, Fred, for the introduction. Good afternoon, everybody. So the topic I am going to speak about, I think the study, this whole discussion is focusing on, very strongly highlighted the gender-based issues, and particularly the gaps in all four districts. And the previous speaker who spoke about the nutrition issues prevalent in the country also mentioned the gaps based on gender issues. So what I thought of doing is, first I will give you a very quick snapshot of the status of women in the country, and then take a look at the engagement of women in the agriculture sector. What are the most glaring disparities that we see in the agriculture sector, and what are the measures that are being taken now, and what we can do to do better to improve the situation. So if we look at the current snapshot of the status of women, first of all, I think we are all aware that Sri Lanka has been highlighted in the South Asia region for several decades now, with very good social indicators which highlight the attainments in education and health, specifically highlighting the status of women, like indicators such as adult literacy. Over 90% of women in the country are literate. Secondary and tertiary education, maternal mortality, which is comparatively at a low level, 36 per 10,000 live births, as per the records of 2016, and low adolescent birth rates. Average life expectancy is 77 years for women and 70 in comparison to 70 years for men, of course with some district-based disparities. So these indicators are very good, and this, I would say, has been our comfort zone always, to say that women in Sri Lanka are doing quite well in comparison to particularly our neighbors in the region. But when you take a bit deeper look at other areas and other indicators, while we rank high in educational attainment and health, there are persistent inequalities in economic participation, opportunity, and political empowerment. So these inequalities arise due to gender gaps in labor force participation ratio, wage equality in inequality in similar work, income levels, women in leadership positions, as also the doctor clearly mentioned, our representation in parliament, women in ministerial positions. In fact, if we look at the leadership position and the decision-making representation level, political and public decision-making bodies, at present, it is only 5.3 representation at the parliament, which is quite low according to the Interparliamentary Union. This is lower than the average for all developing countries. So it's less than 20% when we compare with all developing countries. So then when it comes to skills, employment, and economic participation, we have the, when we look at the world statistics, 14th largest gender gap in labor force participation, despite the achievements in education. If we look at the labor force participation rate for women, it's about 35%, and that is half that of women, which is 75%. And the sad part is, for the last 3 decades, this has remained the same, which means that nothing much has changed for the last 30 years in terms for improving the economic participation of women. And another point of highlight is women are underpaid relative to men for similar work. And these figures over the time indicate that high unemployment rates and the underpaid nature of the work, that the skills of women are underused, although we have in terms of education, we are in a good position. So underpaid family labor is another critical area when it comes to women. There are vast gender-based disparities. Unpaid family workers represent over 16% of the total employed female population in the country. And for the purpose of comparison, for men, this is 2.5%. So women are also, when it comes to economic engagement, mostly in the informal sector with little social security and other benefits, mostly informal sector workers, particularly high in the agriculture sector. So they are either employed as skilled or semi-skilled workers. And the kind of occupations tend to continue to be very stereotypical kind of work which are assigned to women on a persistent basis. So while men are perceived to be producers, women continue to be perceived as helpers, irrespective of the sector, and this is particularly in the agriculture sector. Only a minority of women have been able to break this cultural barrier. So among the women who are employed, even in the informal employment, over 75% are family workers, which means a household member engaged in a family business or farming, supporting or helping the other family members who are taking lead in this activity. So there is a huge challenge also in the absence of quantification of women's contribution. Because of the informal nature and because women are perpetually considered as a supporting role, often the statistical quantification miss their contribution, properly accounting what their contribution is. But let's also not forget the multiple responsibilities that the group of women that we are talking about here, particularly in the agriculture sector, they have the household maintenance responsibility, food preparation, and fulfilling the water requirements of the family. And with the impact of climate change, access to the local sources of food, forest products, access to water, all these become additional pressures because they are all availability of those things are negatively impacted by the climate change. So that is the overall picture, snapshot about the status of women. And now I like to draw your attention to specifically about the women in the agriculture sector. Now, the previous slide, please. Yeah, now women in the agriculture sector, I hope you can see the figures. So about 29% of the total women employed in the country work in the agriculture sector. So that's about 1/3. And they happen to be the larger part of the agricultural labor force, both as paid as well as unpaid family workers. And another important part of statistics is that it has been estimated that more than 25%, meaning quarter of the households in the country, are headed by women. When we take the entire country, but in some districts this figure is higher. This is on average, 1/4 of all the households in the country are headed by women. So I already mentioned that when it comes to unpaid family workers, the larger percentage of women workers are unpaid family workers in the agriculture sector, and they are paid less for the similar work. And this figure is over 60%. And about the female-headed households, more number of female-headed households are in the rural areas engaged in the agriculture sector. So that's the picture about the agriculture sector. Next slide, please. Yeah. So here are some of the vital considerations when it comes to production-related disparities and barriers in the agriculture sector for women. When it comes to access and control over production resources critical for agricultural production and agriculture-based livelihoods like land, water, other inputs like fertilizer, women are far behind. If the 2019 study on the agriculture status of women in the agriculture production in the country by the Food and Agriculture Organization in Sri Lanka is stated that only 16% of the land ownership in the entire country, private land, is owned by women. 16%. So, and you already heard that over 30% of women are engaged in agriculture production. So if you don't have the land, which means accessing water through the farm organization, accessing other inputs like fertilizer, that becomes extremely challenging. And try to compare that with the situation where 25% of the households are women-headed. So if they have to manage the agriculture-based livelihoods without a land title, that becomes independently managing that livelihood becomes extremely challenging. And access to skill training, because women are viewed as supporters. They are not the first priority when it comes to skill training programs. And secondly, because they also have other responsibilities, household responsibilities, food and water care responsibilities, women themselves find it difficult to, if a program is in a distant place or if it's a residential program, it's challenging for them to be away from the home or from the village. So which means there has to be additional arrangements which needs to be done. So here we have to put several parameters together. But it's a question whether we walk that extra miles to put that parameters together. It's easier to conduct a program with whoever is available, whoever is willing to come. So when you take that situation, you overlook that women are engaged in agriculture and their skills need to be also brought up to the level. So their accessibility to skill training, therefore, is less. Similar to access to markets. In the value chain, if you do a proper analysis, the Food and Agriculture Organization has done that analysis. If you look at the agriculture value chain, women are at the lowest steps of the value chain. When it comes to the high value crops, the marketing aspects, the communication, the networking, the negotiation, they are handled by the men who are engaged in the agriculture activities. I mentioned only 16% of the land ownership is held by women, and how it interferes with accessing subsidies, credit schemes, loans, because land becomes the collateral for accessing various other benefits related to production. And coming to the division of labor, women work predominantly in the early stages. So whether it is their experience, their skills, the related pay remains at the same level as supporting workers. They are hardly considered as the primary person who is handling the production. So lower wage rates, it is estimated that women are paid 30% or less for the similar work in the agriculture sector. And their representation. Farm organizations are usually dominated by the men farmers. And the farm organizations give you the access to resources, information, connectivity, and the presence of the women there is not very significant. So these are the production-related disparities and barriers. That's all. Yeah, thank you. When I would also like to share a few notes, 2 more minutes, yeah. So talking about the gaps, I think the main gap, as far as I can see, is in the attitude and approach, how we address the issues of women in this country. Now, the gender issues, barriers and constraints women face in economic and social engagements, they have been well researched in the country, well documented. These needs are acknowledged, but and they are, to a large extent, the policies have acknowledged. There are policy provisions We have a ministry strategy for women and development, but attitudes seem to take precedence over affirmative action and implementation. And I think this is shown clearly in the stagnating labor force participation, stereotyping women's activities in skill development, assigning women in support roles in value chains, and lower pay rates, which are consistent. And while there is space for improving and upgrading policy and planning provisions, the existing provisions are not pursued or utilized. So this I see as a considerable gap. And we have made national commitments through policies, international commitments for gender equality in climate action, sustainable development goals, then convention for gender equality for this CEDAW convention, but there is no consistent follow through despite these commitments. And if you look at most recent national level plans, sectoral development plans, they barely incorporate measures to address barriers for women's economic empowerment. And when it comes to data, sex and age disaggregated data is a luxury. It's not consistent or adequate, and there is little analysis. And because of that, women's contribution is invisible within the sectors, the management institutions, and it excludes them from integration into planning, support, skills, development assistance, and resulting in underutilization and loss of productivity. So, and then gaps in opportunities for training, loss of core benefits. Now, once you recognize women's value and contribution to a sector, to agriculture sector, if you enable their contribution with better skill development, training opportunity, credit and other facilities, it is also a contribution to social equity, social security, women's empowerment and their productive role and poverty reduction. And I endorse the two previous speakers. We don't follow up, monitor, no indicators, no follow-up, no accountability. So I stop by mentioning two very critical entry points to address these if we have the commitment. The nationally determined contributions for the climate commitments were agreed in 2021. In Sri Lanka, 14 sectors plus disaster loss and damage, and this includes agriculture sector. And there are agriculture sector adaptation commitments, clear set of activities. Unfortunately, gender has not been mentioned very clearly. So it remains to be incorporated. It's up to the implementers to address the gender aspects. These nationally determined contributions in the agriculture sector include climate smart agriculture practices, good agriculture practices, agriculture processing and preservation techniques, where and the livestock improvement practices where women are already strongly involved. So to what extent the implementation of these activities will take proactive steps to get women more engaged in a proactive manner with their skills and other support is up to the implementers. The second positive element entry point is the recently cabinet approved revised national climate change policy of 2023 that provide policy provisions for gender consideration and it addresses disproportionate impact of climate change on women and children, and it calls for strengthening and utilizing women's capacities and role in climate adaptation. Professor Marambe is here. He can further add to the climate policy and the climate smart agriculture practices, who was very much part of these activities. So I stop with this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madhavi, for showing us that the macro indicators on education and health and so on does not actually show the disparities that are found. My burning question is, given the social structure in this country, at the ground level, at the household level, what are the things that one can do to empower women so that their contribution will be much more valued on the one hand, as well as it will increase. Because the important thing is not about, for me, it's not about gender equality. What is foregone? The opportunity cost in a way, by not considering their contribution to the economy. So what can we do at the ground level to empower for their contributions to be better and be accepted by the whole country? Is there an answer for that?
I can try to answer that. Actually, you need to, now I mentioned these two entry points. If we take the nationally determined contributions, they are expected to be in 14 sectors, including in the agriculture sector, implemented national, provincial, district levels through respective sectors. So if they are if those activities are integrated into the district level planning sectoral plans, which means the women who are working in the agriculture sector or the livelihood and fishery activities, certainly the provisions for climate smart agriculture, utilizing renewable energy sources to improve the production, better farming practices, the heat-resistant crop, using heat-resistant crop and livestock varieties. So how do we engage women to get that knowledge? How do we support, we can support women to access the training, credit, and other support which are given to, which are as part of those programs are given to the agricultural producers. But if we want women to access those skills, knowledge, and facilities, we have to proactively, first of all, acknowledge that there are women producers very much who are part of the production process. So unfortunately, up to now, it has been largely invisible or taken for granted, not in statistics, or we often give excuses that women are bound to household work, they are not available, they are not forthcoming. But those barriers you have to cross. I agree from women's side also, because of their other responsibilities, it's not easy for them to, it's less, their barriers are greater than for a male farmer, let's say.
Okay.
But the system also has to support them to cross those barriers, because it's for the common good. It's for the overall productivity gain, overall economic, if you economically enhance women producers, that means it's overall productivity and overall poverty reduction. It is possible, but you need to take extra steps to do that. And I think the policies have, particularly the climate change policy, provides that provision to do that.
Thank you. Can I take one burning question from the audience? Yes, Professor Marbe.
Thank you very much. Since I was put in the spotlight, I thought I should intervene at this stage. I'm Buddhi Marambe. I'm a professor attached to Faculty of Agriculture at University of Peradeniya. This is not a question, but a comment to let you know that the National Policy on Climate Change, as Madhavi said, also has a strategic action plan this time. So it's a policy and a strategic action plan which clearly indicates how the gender incorporation or gender considerations would come in. That's one important thing. Second, there are more openings right now. There'll be very soon a national level workshop on technology need assessment for agriculture, especially with respect to climate change, which will be held towards the end of this month. And health sector specifically, there's another workshop that will be organized by the FAO and Government of Sri Lanka, especially Ministry of Environment, early next month. I think those are the opportunities that are available right now for us to make sure if something has gone missing in the past, get them on board. So active participation will be most welcome. So let me stop at that point, Chairman, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Marbe. Okay, we have come to the fourth speaker. He is Engineer Prabhat Vitharana, who will address the impact of climate change and climate variation on the dry zone agriculture, climate adaptive farming practices, and climate adaptation under the mine irrigated and rain-fed conditions. Let me say a few words about him. He is the former Chief Engineer and Head of the Water Management Division of the Department of Agrarian Development, Agrarian Services Development. He is the authority for watershed album of Sri Lanka and hydrological soil group map of Sri Lanka. Engineer Vitarana.
Good afternoon, everybody. Mr. Chairman and the distinguished gathering. I would like to highlight few points from the water resource management perspectives and also raise few questions. Now, this particular study, one of the keyword used is climate. What is climate? Climate is simply defined as a long-term average of weather. What is weather? Weather is a natural phenomenon taking place at the lower atmosphere of Earth. Now, our main concern is the climate-induced effects on both human systems as well as natural systems. What is human systems? Maybe the society or the community. What is natural systems? That is basically ecosystems. It has three major folds. First one is the natural cycle. You know, we simply say first intermonsoon, southwest monsoon, second intermonsoon, northeast monsoon. So we can easily predict those rhythms. Those are natural cycles, almost permanent. The second thing is the climatic variability, spatial variability, temporal variability. Simply it is temporary. It simply disappears. It won't happen again and again. And on top of that, there is another phenomenon called, very crucial one, called climate change. For a given period, nothing is permanent in the world, we know, but for a given period of time, climate change is permanent. It won't disappear simply. So now we are experiencing all three phenomena together. Situation is very crucial. Now there is another word, dry zone. What is meant by dry zone? Is it a climatic zone? I don't think. It's not a climatic zone. It is an agroclimatic zone defined for Sri Lanka. Is it an international definition, went by international definitions? No. The definition is country specific. Can you imagine the set of criteria used to demarcate the dry zone and the wet zone of Sri Lanka? Different scholars, they have different ideas, so not uniform. But one thing is very clear. The demarcation done initially somewhere in 1950s and transitional zone called intermediate between dry and wet done by Dr. C.R. Panabok in 1964. Are we going to believe that those demarcations done somewhere in 1950s and 1916 are still valid even today? If it is the case, no point of discussing about the climate change. So what we have done is all subdivisions. We never challenge those boundaries. I think time has come to revisit those boundaries and redefine those boundaries. And why don't we go by the international definition of climatic zoning? That's possible. There is another opportunity. Time has come to go by those international definitions also. And there is a better word I should suggest for the researchers. That there's a word called agroecology. What is agroecology? Agroecology is a combination of agroclimatology plus hydrology. May give a better meaning, and based on top of that, you can build up a lot of hypotheses. So, if you things like social research, I don't advise them to go by complicated, definitions and equations. They can go by a very simple definition. That one of the simple criteria that we can use is the number of wet months. What is wet months and what is dry month? What are the criteria used to define wet months and the dry month in Sri Lanka? Agronomists use one method and hydrologists use another method, but resultant is almost same. Therefore, no harm that you can any method. As an example, I should say, if your concern is the tea crop, basically, ideal condition is we are supposed to establish 12 wet months, but minimum 10. If your concern is sugar cane, ideal is 10, but minimum 8 wet months are required. If you want to practice the dry zone agriculture in Sri Lanka, we are supposed to establish 3 consecutive dry months. So this type of various norms we have already developed in Sri Lanka. That is, I think, good way of, rather than going by rainfall volume, so we can use that particular parameter. So adaptation and resilience that they use. Adaptation has 2 levels, level 1 application and level 2 adaptation. So it is better to distinguish level 1 application from level 2 application because the repercussions and consequences are different and also the solutions are also different. So, but we should not forget that adaptation does not sustain alone. For a research it is true, but in reality it is not. The most appropriate terminology is the resilience. What is resilience? We don't go by the definition given by the Oxford Dictionary. Always go by the definition given by the scientists. Resilience have 5 main components. First one is the adaptive capacity. It always refers to the community. There is another thing called coping capacity. It always refers to the ecosystems. Always you have to balance society as well as the ecosystems. We tend to believe that human can change the ecosystems. That is true. But we should not forget that humans are part and parcel of the ecosystem and we are governed by the ecosystems. So third one is the transition capacity. Fourth one is the threshold, and fifth one is the rebound capacity. Rebound capacity in the sense we know that we experienced tsunami, and after 2 years later, we were able to recover most of the damages. That is called the rebound capacity. You know, the integration of all 5 elements will conclude the term called resilience. May I ask one question? Now, this particular study is highly concerned about the village irrigation systems, minor tanks in this country. There are nearly 15,000 village tanks scattered in the dry and intermediate zone, and more than 15,000 are abandoned in the thick jungle. So what is this? Is it an adaptation strategy? Or it is not an adaptation strategy? It is permanent. It is a part of transition process. So there is another term, vulnerability. Vulnerability means it is a combination of exposure, sensitivity, and adaptive capacity. It always refers to the community. So if we are really concerned about the vulnerability mitigation measures, we have to consider all 3. Then there is another 2 words that they have emphasized, floods and droughts. Do you believe that all floods and droughts are climate induced? I don't believe. Because what is flood? Flood is a generation of surface runoff, that means overland flow. Once the water falls onto the ground, it happens. It's a part of the water cycle, the land phase of water cycle. The soil, land use and land cover plays a major role in generating floods and drought that we should not forget. So, it has some typologies. One example is a minor flood. Minor flood has nothing to do with the climate. It is mainly due to the geometry of the Earth's surface. The major flood has some relation with the climatic parameters. And take the next one is the drought. Drought, you have the meteorological droughts, hydrological droughts, agricultural droughts, socio-economic droughts. There's a typology. Why do we describe all typologies? Because the term is same maybe the drought, but the consequences are different. The solutions are different. Therefore, it is necessary to distinguish those typologies. But do we have, may I ask another question? which organization is responsible to declare those typologies? And what are the set of criteria we establish to identify those typologies? There is a huge policy gap. Even in the case of floods, floods should be defined by the term called base flood elevation all over the world that is accepted. In Sri Lanka, do we use the term, this particular technical approach to define the floods? We used nearly 1,000 years back. Now, of course, it is no. Time has come to go by this type of new interventions and policy measures, I believe. And there is another thing called hotspots. Take one example, the drought. Some droughts occur at the same place at a given frequency. So how can we define? Is it the same? Now, compared to some other place, if you are undertaking a research study, I think the interpretation is completely different. There are some places with drought with statistical consistency. The Department of Agrarian Services has declared by using 40 years past drought data, the drought consistency geographical locations, we call it as drought hotspots, in terms of different confidence levels, 90, 92, and 95. We can make use that data set in this type, even for this type of sociological studies, I believe. And recommendations, I think one of the main concern is the crop diversification. We discussed this matter even in 1980s, but the result is insignificant. My personal opinion is that we should go by the soil, water, crop, and market relation. The soil plays a major role in crop diversification. I kindly request young researchers that please believe soil as the mother in this study, in this approach, and water as the father. You can't simply divorce this father and mother because they are highly integrated. So, and also, I should not forget to state the name of the prominent scientist, international scientist, who introduced the concept of Great Soil Group for the country of Sri Lanka, Dr. C.R. Panabokke, with my regards. So, information. Always the adaptation is time-bound. Therefore, information is one of the key intervention. And we are supposed to have long-term statistics. We are supposed to have real-time and near real-time data. We are supposed to have ground truth data, and also we are supposed to have traditional technologies. So this type of efficient information management system is essential to disseminate at the grassroots level to overcome and the difficulties due to climate change. And so what is this? Now, they have done a good piece of work. I appreciate it. They have collected a fair amount of data and information. That is very much useful. But I have two recommendations. One is, what you have done is to understand what is happening today. That is very much important. But do not focus on the same. Always focus on what will happen in the future. Maybe 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 50 years in the future, because of the nature of climate change. If you focus on today's situation, maybe sometime, most probably, your solutions will lead for redundation. So, what is the importance of this type of sociological research? So we can understand, they can discover the social problems and its priorities. That is very much important. But if we are really concerned about the solutions, my opinion is that we should go by the ecological studies. That is the way of realizing the solutions for sociological problems. And finally, the one is the bioremediation. In Sinhala, we call it as Jaiva Visudhumkarani. Very good example is the riverine buffers. the village tank ecosystem. We call Katta, Kadua, Gasgo, Manatis, Bambe, Iswatia, Mudunna, Heen, all these things. What is this? Is it an adaptation strategy or those are man-made ecosystems, time-tested man-made ecosystems to minimize or eradicate the adverse effects of climate-induced parameters. Time has come to study all these things and identify the replication potential and go beyond. And I would like to conclude my summarized presentation by saying, past is never dead and not even past, my dear friends. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Engineer, for giving us some broad understandings and definitions for some terms, because, for example, resilience, the word that we are using for this dialogue also, we have been thinking only about the rebound capacity. But of course, you did say that there are 5 parameters like ecology and the economics and so on and so forth to be considered and so on. Thank you very much. My burning question that I have is, as an engineer, you know, there are some techniques of conserving irrigation waters that are not available all the time, like the micro irrigation systems that have been introduced. But we see that the adoption rate, I'm not using adaptation, it's adoption rates are very low. What can we do at the ground level to get these things more adopted, if you like? Is it only an economic question, no finances, or is it something else?
I think in my case, I read a number of books and number of publications and many things, but I learned water management from the farmers in this country. Very good example is the wet and dry, alternative wet and dry systems. Now alternate wet and dry system. Now when I went to Anuradhapura in 1980s, it was there under the mine irrigation systems. They make use the depletion of soil moisture in the soil strata and try to replenish it by practicing the rotational system of irrigation. Those water saving techniques are, infinite number of water saving techniques are inherited to our traditional irrigation systems. The thing is not, the mistake is not towards the farmers, it is towards the bureaucrats and the government intervention. We never appreciate, we never evaluate, we never assess the importance, the validity, and the replication potential of such important practices. And we wait until they simply give up those things due to social, economic, and environmental pressure. I think there's a thing called heritage, agriculture and irrigation heritage. Heritage is a one that is, we learn from the past and we should preserve for the future. Time has come to list out all these irrigation water saving techniques that was adapted during the past and understand the scientific basis of such interventions and introduce for the future. That is my answer.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, I think now we can open for discussion to the House. Of course, we are really running out of time, so let us take just few questions and see whether we can give some answers. There's a gentleman there in the back. Please identify yourself also.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much to the panelists. My name is Stan Kaziboni. I have just one question for Dr. Rupesana. You mentioned quite a lot around value chains and food production. One question is around post-harvest losses. I think just moving around Sri Lanka, you see a lot of wastage. And this is something that I find quite striking, because Sri Lanka has potential to literally export a lot of food overseas. I think some of the fruits and some of the products of Sri Lanka are probably the best in the world. How can we stimulate production so that it's export-oriented and also that smallholder farmers get a fair share for their work? Thank you.
Yes, please, Dr.
So thank you very much for the question. Post-harvest losses. We all know that people are talking about the post-harvest losses 30-40%, but there is no any strong evidence to support that. Even in the past we had, now we have some kind of what is we call marketing channel competition is going on. In the past we had a Colombo-based commission system. That system, nobody is care about the quality, but now we have a different value chain. Then that value chain, people are care about the quality, and wastage is now according to when you take a supermarket value chain, on the only 5% is the wastage. Maybe I agree that we have a quality problem. Quality wastage is very high. One major reason is post-harvest management problem, because people do not care about the quality in the harvesting. Sometimes farmers harvest not the right time, that type of thing they are. In the value chain also we have so many layers, 5-6 layers, but in what is the now system in the global chain is we are reducing the number of layers in the system by mostly now it is running, we call digital marketing or e-marketing system is going on. Directly linked with the farmers, with the end users, and also some countries now facing farmer, then retailer, then consumer. No longer that wholesale people are there. When we reduce the chain, definitely we can improve the quality. I know that now what we need is, consumers are talking about they need convenience product, they need quality product at reasonable price, but that is the quality we need about the safety as well as nutrition. I think what we need is post-harvest improvement of post-harvest management as well as extension side. I think I answered your question correctly. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Dedun Gunasekara. I'm an independent consultant on gender and social inclusion, and I'm here representing the Center for Women's Research with my colleague, Professor Gunaratna. I have a number of questions and comments generated from the initial video itself, but I will reduce the questions and comments I make into time. One of the things that I appreciate is the emphasis on and the focus on women and children in the context of addressing agrarian communities or agricultural communities. But in a sense, the disjuncture I observed in the report that I sort of quickly went through is that degree of focus and that level of disaggregation in terms of gender when addressing the communities is not adequately reflected in terms of the policy recommendations that is articulated in this document. And I think that to me is a serious gap, because I think we need to bring in that level of disaggregation and that level of granularity in the research into the policy recommendations, because if we do not, then we are not adequately and appropriately addressing the gender-based needs of the very farming communities that we have been researching, and that we hope the policy recommendations and actions will improve their situation. So I think that is something that we need to really sharpen in terms of our policy recommendations. Unless we have, we refer to communities, we refer to farmers, whereas we need to refer to the fact that there are females in agriculture, and there are female farmers and female producers of agricultural crops, as well as male agricultural producers. And unless we have that degree of disaggregation articulated in our policies, we will not actually benefit those people. That's one point. The other thing is that was generated through the video was that we saw these farmers complaining about human-elephant conflict, monkeys coming and eating crops. We need to not only look at the point of view of the farmers and the farming communities, we also need to look at the other perspectives of the situation of wildlife and the erosion of their habitats and the impact of climate change in relation to access to food and water for those animals, which is why then they come into farming communities. So unless those two approaches go hand in hand, I don't think we are going to resolve that problem. So one quick question. I noticed a picture of a rainwater harvesting tank in the video. Now, this stuff has been going on for the last 30 years, but I didn't hear any mention of rainwater harvesting in relation to climate change and water resource management in the context of the presentations. And I just want to find out what is the status of this particular technology or methodology.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think, I don't think the panelists can answer your questions because these concerns has to be taken up more in the second phase of the research study, I believe. Can we ask one of the researchers to give a comment on that? What she's saying is that more in-depth analysis of gender and children's impacts has to be studied on the one hand, right? Yeah, and it should be brought into very sharply into policy. That's correct. And second one is about the different methods of water conservation, like rainwater harvesting and so on, which has not been adequately covered in the research. That's what I think she's telling. So can one of the researchers give some comment on that, please? Or that can be, because we know it's only one season data has been collected so far. There's another season of data to be collected. Please.
Yeah, for the gender consideration, I think we can do further analysis based on our data. We will, thank you for pointing out that. We will consider it and we will improve that section as well. And for the rainwater harvesting and rainwater harvesting thing, I think in my presentation I also highlight that there is a huge potential, but they are not used in that. The rainwater harvesting tanks as well as we call that, I don't know what is patas. We call that the small, I don't know what is the English term of patas. Yes, runoff rainwater harvesting ponds that can be easily adopted in the field level. And I have pointed out that the adoption of those kind of strategies are very low in all studied locations. So thank you for your point, madam. We will consider and we will incorporate those things into our report. Thank you.
Mr. Ariband, yes.
Yeah, just that want to make a comment because rainwater harvesting has been pointed out. I mean, I was in fact surprised in your presentations. Rainwater harvesting has not been really, I mean, you have not taken that into all, as you say that the sample that you have selected, there was no rainwater harvesting, but I must say, there are over 49,000 tanks in the country right now, small tanks at household level. And there are a large number of other tanks, larger tanks, right, in hospitals and various other schools and hospitals. So rainwater harvesting has been, rainwater harvesting tanks has been a major source of water supply to rural communities in Sri Lanka. And that is for domestic use as well as home gardening. And that has been established very well. So I think we should discuss about it and find out, I mean, because those are the areas, in fact, rainwater harvesting tanks are being developed there. Because I'm talking about it because I've been one of the pioneers in that. For the last 26 years, we have been doing the rainwater harvesting, right? And like Monragala, Hambantota, Kilinochi, Mullathi, these areas, there are a large number of tanks. And I was really surprised to see that none of these things came out in your presentation.
Mm-hmm.
But they are not using it. That is why we highlighted that it is important to make the awareness as well. They have some issues.
Yeah, I know. There's management is a major issue because when the gutters break or something like that, they don't do anything about it.
Yeah.
But otherwise, there's big potential for rainwater
Yeah.
harvesting for domestic level as well
Right.
as small-scale irrigation.
Thank you for that. I think we are really running out of time. Last question by Professor.
Yeah, thank you very much, and sorry for taking the floor again. There are two to three comments. One thing about the study that has already been done, as you said, it's just one season study and more work to be done. But the important point is outcomes in respect to policy suggestions that you have provided. They are quite similar to when you look at many past studies that have been done. That's a good thing about it. That means we are capturing the problem correctly. And issue is how many more times that we are going to capture the same problem like this in the future. So my point is that if you are confident about the recommendations that have been given, provincial adaptation planning is being done right now at every province. There are 3 cycles of discussions being held. So if we can get these ideas inbuilt into the provincial adaptation plan, I'm sure the implementation of whatever the outcomes will be quite quick in the Sri Lankan conditions. So there's a big move towards having these provincial adaptation plans. So please consider that once again. The second point related to the study and based on the questions came from the audience. What I see, Chairman Sir, we are not considering the food system as a whole. I mean, when you look at all the segments made by the members in the panel also, that means from the time the input supply is done until the time the waste generated out of the plate of the consumer is managed. This chain will have to be looked into. If we try to find solutions for bits and pieces, we'll never end up, I mean, there'll be no solution for food security per se. So if you can consider this component, I mean, good to look at the household food security, but if you are considering national level contribution, look at this food system. See how we can reduce food miles. That's one of the things that were brought up by many people. So if the food miles can be reduced, if the wastage can be reduced, losses can be reduced, and then the consumer price is going to be lower, while the farmer is getting a good price at the very beginning. So this chain link is the one that is important. Very recently, Chairman said quickly, an FAO study was completed all island in 25 districts. It will very soon not go into full level publication, but will appear in the websites as well. Trying to look at these things, but let's keep that aside. But at least this study that you are going on, continuing for next season, if you can be muscle up further to incorporate all these, food system components, take every nodal point and see how they can be strengthened to make sure overall food security is achieved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that intervention. I do hope the researchers will take all this into consideration when they complete their study. I think another years of data to be collected and so on. In the interest of time, I think I have to close this session unless one has one last intervention. No? Thank you very much. This session is concluded.
We thank the ladies and gentlemen of the panel and the audience members for their questions as well, but we thank most of all our panel moderator, Dr. Abeyratne, who I now have to invite to the podium to deliver today's concluding remarks.
Thank you. Right. This is a tough call, trying to give some concluding remarks, especially given that this study is still on the one hand, as well as we heard from the podium, from the audience, that there are certain things that need to be looked into more and so on. However, having read the things, the drafts that have been sent to us and so on, I just collected a few items that I thought will be useful to say as concluding remarks. Of course, it's not concluding remarks. Some comments, that might be thought as final, if I may call it. So I have looked at For example, climate adaptive farming practices as one aspect, and a couple of things that it was highlighted in the report was that as far as climate adaptive farming practices are concerned, the first point is the potential policy recommendations or adjustments are needed in the face of climate change with special reference to efficient water management. Now, this is very important because the last few comments that we were talking about rainwater harvesting and using micro-irrigation systems and so on has to be really thought, because we are in for long-term droughts as well as long-term floods in the coming months. So it's all about efficient water management, so policy recommendations are needed there. The second point is the significance of adopting, not adapting. I'm talking about adoption of climate adaptive farming practices based on recommendations provided by extension services and service providers and so on. Here what I meant was that we know a lot of new technological innovations are there, which can be used for climate mitigation. You know, we are talking about micro-irrigation and different farming mixtures, as well even reducing harvest losses and so on. But we found that in the adaptation techniques that were used, very few technological adoptions have been used by the farmers, very few. Obviously, there are implications as far as availability of finances and so on. So these are things that have to be looked into, because very much importance of adopting new technology is absolutely essential if we are going into a regime of climate change in the future. The third aspect is the necessity for policy adjustments and enhancements to promote efficient agricultural marketing, including pricing systems, because we are a risk-aversive society. Farmers are more risk-aversive than the normal public, for that matter. So nobody is going to take any risk by changing their cropping pattern or cropping mix or any technology unless he or she is assured of a market and a price and so on. So this is an area that has to be looked into, where we have been neglecting and we are always complaining prices are high, things are not available, people are starving, and so on and so forth. So marketing and pricing is an important aspect that has to be considered if you are talking about climate mitigation as well. On the household food security, I have just noted one point, noted the importance of involving a discussion of existing policy interventions targeting women and child nutrition, coupled with a consideration of the urgent need for potential policy adjustments to enhance the effectiveness. Because we always talk about there's funding from the government for children's food in the education system and so on and so forth. But this is a serious issue as far as concerned. We heard from the doctor that not only malnutrition, but obesity is also there, so that's a huge thing. And also, one good thing that I learned from here was we always say, do some home gardening, and it's all about planting some chilies. And it's not the most nutritious vegetable, I believe, so I think this is another thing that we have to think when you're talking about home gardening, what should be in the home garden. It's not about a couple of chilies here and there and a couple of butters here and there and so on. That is what is happening, but that is not absolutely contributing to the nutritional problems of our children and so on. That's one point. So on the impact on women and children, I just noted a couple of points. Noted the importance of access to knowledge and opportunities for women for skills development. So it was very much noted by Ms. Madhavi also, that, although macro indicators show that women are much better off than men as far as education levels are, as well as some of the health indicators are, but when you really dig into them, their contribution is much lower, which should be higher if their skills development and access to knowledge is there to them. So this is one area that we have to think, because our social structure is very, very, what shall I say, bound, if I may call it. How can we release out of this, get released out of this social structure and get women also involved very much in skills as well as contributing to the economy. The last factor is the need for policy adjustments and enhancement for proper designing and implementation of gender-sensitive and child-centric climate action. This is what we heard from that lady, Ms. Jaiman, I think, who also said that, we need more analysis and see that gender-sensitive policies are looked into very in-depth, if I may call it, just without saying that, okay, women also should be considered, that kind of word is not good enough, that it should be focused, and so on and so forth. So I think those are the little take-home points that I took from this seminar. I hope that will be useful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Abeyratne. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the conclusion of the panel discussion and the concluding remarks following that session. What needs to be highlighted, I think, at this point is that, as I mentioned earlier, the bulk of the research that is produced and disseminated at think tanks and universities go largely unnoticed if they're not taken into consideration at the policy-making level. But what I understood from the panel discussion is that it's not necessarily at the policy-making level that there is a gap, but there's a much larger gap at the policy implementation level. So hope, as Professor Marbe mentioned, to reiterate what Professor Marbe mentioned, how many more times must the problem be captured before we look at how the policy can be better implemented? Maybe not, it's not in the making process, it's in the implementation process. So maybe in the future, in Kandy, where I live, my vegetables won't go past me from Norelli all the way to Dambulla before it comes back to me in Kandy. So hopefully maybe that is my future. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of today's proceedings. I extend my final invitation of the day to Ms. Sitmini Pereira, Director of Strategy and Evidence of World Vision Lanka, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you with a profound sense of gratitude as the Director of Strategy, Learning and Evidence at World Vision Lanka. Today marks a momentous occasion as we express our thanks for the collaborative effort that have brought us to this juncture. Following the research study on assessing climate change vulnerabilities and adaptive practices in the Sri Lankan farming communities in the dry zone. First and foremost, I extend our heartfelt appreciation to our research partner, the Hector Kobakaduwa Agrarian Research and Training Institute, whose invaluable contributions have been instrumental in shaping the impactful outcomes of the research study. Furthermore, I extend our gratitude to all the authorities, institutions, and also individuals who generously shared their insights, reflecting with us and enriching the depth and relevance of this study. In the spirit of collaboration, World Vision Lanka has been steadfast in its commitment to addressing the vulnerabilities caused by climate change. As highlighted by our National Director, we have actively participated in global forums such as COP28, where we not only committed ourselves to this cause, but also advocated for more ambitious measures. The urgency to accelerate action in tackling the climate crisis was emphasized, with a particular focus on safeguarding the future of our children. At the local level, World Vision has prioritized participatory-based research, recognizing the significance in unraveling the crux of climate issues affecting the Sri Lankan community. Our collaboration with various state sector entities underscores our commitment to strategize and tackle these issues collectively. We are also currently exploring avenues to integrate these insights into our livelihood sector programming in our area programs, ensuring a more holistic approach to building resilience within the communities we serve. As we progress, let's not see this research study as a conclusion, but rather as a driving force for many more future initiatives. World Vision Lanka remains dedicated to building partnerships that move beyond boundaries, creating a collective impact on the lives of those most affected by climate change. In closing, I express our deepest gratitude to each one of you for your unwavering support and collaboration. Together, we can continue to make strides towards a more resilient, sustainable, and equitable future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pereira. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of today's event, but not to the end of the war that we must wage against climate change. So in light of this, World Vision Lanka and Hearty together are gifting each of you a seed pod that you may take home with you and hopefully get started on that home garden. Funnily enough, that seed pod also happens to be chilies. Maybe chilies can be your start. So please don't forget to collect the seed pods as you walk out. Lunch will be served to every one of you. You're all invited to lunch. Lunch will be served at the Lavender and Tulip Halls right across this. That's it from me for today, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you and have a pleasant day.
Yes, darling.